Mr. McKenzie, would you raise your right hand, please?
Sorry, Council, it's Mr. Craig White.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, do you solemnly affirm the evidence we're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. White. Mr. White, thank you for coming today. We have Mr. White is with the 407 ETR, and with him is Greg McKenzie, who is counsel for the 407 ETR concession company. So, Mr. White, I understand you are currently employed by the 407 ETR Concession Company Limited. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have been since around 2004?
That's correct.
And what does the 407 ETR concession company do?
We are a road authority that runs the 407 ETR toll highway in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area.
And I understand that you obtained your Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Waterloo. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. It's actually a Bachelor of Applied Science, I believe, Andrew.
Of course, you're right. And are you currently a practicing engineer?
Yes, I am.
And a member of the PEO?
Yes, I am.
Right. And I understand that you were, prior to joining the 407 ETR, that you were involved in the construction of the Highway 407. Is that right?
Yes, I was with Canadian Highways, project manager for the Canadian Highways constructor, doing the project manager of the tolling portion.
I see. And what did you do after that before you joined the 407 ETR?
Well, with Canadian Highways, we went on to do the Cross Israel Highway, but I elected not to relocate to Israel. And I landed up, it was during the .com days, and I knew some people with a telecom startup who wanted me to join them. So I was in the telecom business from 99 till 2002.
Okay. And then what until you joined 407 ETR in 2004? And
then I joined ACON in their infrastructure group, which was the larger P3 projects, projects like Quito Airport and that type of thing.
And I understand that you've been the 407's Vice President of Highway Operations since 2009. Is that right?
I was checking the records. It's actually 2010.
Okay.
I have misspoken when we spoke previously.
That's fine. And what was your position prior to that?
Prior to that, I was the Director of Highway Operations from 2004 till 2010.
All right. And what are your responsibilities as the VP of Highway Operations?
I oversee the team that takes care of everything to do with the operation, maintenance, and rehabilitation of our highway. It includes, bridge work, pavement work, drainage, as well as more maintenance type activities. Ranging from the mundane like cutting grass and painting lines to winter operations, which is highly critical.
So keeping it going.
Yep.
Okay.
And then also the tolling system is, the electronic toll system. I have a group that takes care of all of that maintenance and operation to keep it going as well. So basically everything to do with the field part of the highway.
Okay. And approximately how many kilometers long is the 407?
108.
All right, and it has concrete pavement and asphalt pavement sections, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The original construction, which Canadian Highways did from sort of 94 to 98-ish, is concrete. That runs from the 403 interchange in Oakville all the way to Markham Road. And then after the highway was privatized, the extensions, both extending westerly from 403 Oakville to the Freeman interchange, which is the QEW 407, 403 interchange in Hamilton, approximately 25 kilometers. That is asphalt. And also what they called the East Partial Extension, which extended the highway from Markham Road to the terminus of our concession at Brock Road. That's approximately 15 kilometers. So we've got about 68 kilometers of concrete in the middle portion and 25 on one end, 15 on the other.
All right, and how many lanes is it?
It varies. The asphalt sections are currently generally 3 lanes wide, although there's one limited section that's 4 lanes. And sorry, I'm speaking in each direction, whereas the concrete section is mostly fully expanded, and that has 5 mainline lanes in each direction. But there are sections where there are auxiliary lanes and speed change lanes. So, you know, with the ramp lanes coming on, it's up to 7 lanes wide in the concrete section between 400 and 427.
And I understand that the highway operates under a concession agreement between 407 ETR and the Ministry of Transportation. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And can you tell us about the concession agreement requirements with respect to friction testing and monitoring?
Yes, the concession agreement Schedule 20 defines the enhanced standards for operation, and included in that is a requirement that we test and have knowledge of the friction of the highway, the pavement friction, and that we use the brake force trailer, the ASTM E274 specified method of measuring friction, which is what MTO also uses, and that the concession agreement establishes what they call an investigatory level of friction. So anything with a skid number less than 30, as measured by the ASTM 274 trailer at a speed of 100 kilometers an hour, that requires investigation and appropriate action, you know, as may be necessary.
Okay, so it's right. It's the ASTM brake force trailer, and who does the 407 ETR own that device?
No, we do not own a brake force trailer. We obtain access to one through the pavement engineers that we use to advise us on different aspects of pavement engineering, which is Applied Research Associates.
Oh, right, ARA?
Yes.
Okay. And so essentially you're renting it for use or through the consultants?
Yeah, they bring it up and they operate it and do the measurements for us. And even their trailer is not resident in Toronto. They bring it up from the US, and we have been doing friction measurements every second year as long as I've been here, and I believe the year prior to my arrival.
All right, and is that a requirement of the concession agreement that the testing be done every 2 years?
I honestly am not 100% sure, Andrew. I don't believe it actually specifies the interval, but I would actually, and I don't have a copy of the agreement with me in this room, but I don't believe it specifies the interval, but it tells us, you know, it makes us responsible to know what the friction measurements are. And we chose an interval of every 2 years and have been carrying on with that.
And the testing speed, that is, you said it was at 100. So that I think it's the posted speed of the 407.
Yes, that's correct.
And in this biennial testing, what what is tested in terms, is it the length of the entire highway? Is it portions? How does that work?
We've varied it a little bit over the years. We started off focused on the outside lane, what we call the truck lane. Given that had the heaviest wear and the heaviest volumes of traffic, we felt it was an early indicator of any deterioration of friction on the highway. We did that for a number of years, and I'm not sure exactly the dates, but then we decided we needed to get a better view of, to confirm the difference between lighter used lanes and the heavier used lanes, or where, was our assumption valid that lane should wear quicker than, lane one, where essentially the passing lane when the highway was originally constructed, it was mostly 3+3. So we started measuring both the truck lane and lane one. We didn't generally worry about lane two because it was sort of in between those two boundaries if we were seeing difference. And then as we've done widenings of the highway, we've added concrete lanes in 2006, 2007. An additional lane over those 2 years was constructed. I believe it was the whole length from 401 to maybe it was 427 to 404. So major expansion, adding a complete lane, and actually 2 lanes were constructed, but only 1 was open. So we've also started to measure some of that newer concrete so that we know how it's performing and varying across the width. And likewise, we extended those tests in the asphalt areas as well.
And is there a reporting requirement to the ministry with respect to the friction test results?
No, there's not an explicit reporting requirement. When we're asked, or if they're auditing, or there is an independent safety auditor, we do share those reports with them. And on occasion, the ministry has had questions, and we've answered the questions or provided the information. But there is not a requirement to share that friction report unless requested.
Okay. And is there a friction number or skid number referenced in the concession agreement as to what you referred to it as an investigatory level, I think?
Yes, it is specified as 30.
Okay. And I may use the term FN 30 or SN, and I mean to use those interchangeably. If you can use whatever is comfortable for you. So what's required then? Is the investigation to take place if it's below 30? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, it's and it requires us to take action as may be appropriate. And I think we do our testing because of the concession agreement. It's a bit different from how my understanding of MTO's testing. So we're testing network wide every 2 years. And then we've developed a methodology based on that, where we're also doing analysis of collisions network wide. And we do that every year. So we've tied those two considerations together. And, we're looking at then, do we have an area where we've got low friction numbers, and is it generating a higher rate of collisions? Or we also look at, is there areas with higher rates of collisions, and what possibly could be contributing to that? Could be friction, could be construction, could be traffic volumes, could be winter conditions. But we try to evaluate that, and if there is something that we can define, a probability that there's something we can do to intervene or improve the situation, then we will do that. The ministry's approach is more, and they may do some general testing, but what I'm familiar with is if they have a problem on a specific road, section of road, an area, then one of the things they will do is they will go out and measure friction, but they already know they have a problem. And they're then looking to determine, sort of, I have a problem. Do I have low friction, high friction? What are my feelings about friction being a contributory factor to the problem?
Right, and we've heard quite a bit of evidence from MTO people about that. And your point, though, is that yours is on the 407, because you're doing the network testing. It isn't based on concerns having been raised about the potential friction levels or collisions in the first place. It's because it is required, and then the testing's done across the network.
That's correct.
Okay, and what triggers the requirement for an investigation with friction? Is it based on a particular length of the highway that's been tested that's fallen below 30, or what's used to trigger the investigation?
When we're looking in our collision investigation, we're sectionalizing the highway in interchange to interchange sections. So given that we have 40 interchanges in 108 kilometers, they're roughly 2.5 kilometer segments of the highway. And then our friction measurements are done in 500 meter sections. And if we start to see, an area where we've got consistent 500 meter sections below 30, then we are taking special care and attention to that area. And I guess, the concession agreement specifies the level of 30, and you hear 30 quite a bit in the industry with brake force trailers, that being a level. But the speed is also very important. So the fact that we measure at 100, 30 at 100 is not the same as 30 at 60 kilometers an hour, which is the normal under the ASTM spec. At 100, at 100 you will get measurements below 30 much more quickly than you will if you were measuring at the ASTM speed of 60 kilometers an hour.
Right, and what you're saying is that as speed of testing increases, the friction or skid number decreases directionally, if I could put it that way.
That's correct, and that's one of the reasons why I think, although we do have sections of the highway and have had over the years where it is below 30, we are not seeing a correlation with collisions, increased problem or concern with it.
Okay, and to come back to the question, is there a specific requirement over a certain distance where the investigation has to take place? Is that if it's within a 500 meter stretch, or is it over a kilometer or anything like that? Or is that more call?
No, I don't believe that it is. And previously it was hard for us to, and even still, it's hard. You have to watch that the level of precision that you start to interpret your data with does, your precision can't exceed the accuracy of the data. And while the police officers do their best to indicate location on collision reports, they aren't that precise or accurate. And if you start to say this collision is precisely in this area and I have two of them precisely here, that may or may not be true. Some officers are marking a collision location where the vehicles ended. Some are marking it where the loss of control started or the impact started. And they can be very different locations at highway speeds. So we basically are looking highway segment to segment. And now that the MTO, the OPP data comes from MTO to us and is coming electronically, and it is including GPS coordinates. We are trying to also look at those GPS coordinates and and how accurate are they? Are there any clusters in a more precise location? Because there is a danger, if you take too long an area, like an interchange to interchange segment, maybe masking something where there is a particular area of 100 meters that's a problem. So we're now looking at it both ways, but we're finding that the level of accuracy of the reported location is not that great.
And is that even the case with the GPS locations?
Yes, it is.
And do I understand that the collision analysis is something that's also required by the concession agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that's an annual thing as compared to the biannual friction testing. And then you spoke about the other things that you would look at. So there's the requirements to, the friction and the investigatory level and the collision analysis, and then you referred to other factors. So if you could just describe those as part, and I take it these are part of the investigation that you entail. If you're looking at a situation where there is an elevated number of collisions or the friction number is below 30, the investigation takes place. What else do you look at?
I get assistance on the analysis of the collision data from our traffic engineering group, and we try and look at.
When I say you, I mean the 407 ETR.
Yeah.
But you personally for each aspect of it. But
yeah, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, so we're drawing on different expertise across the company, but we try to look at all of the factors that are available on the police reports or the summary data that we get. There's many boxes there that tell you, time of day, direction of travel, weather conditions, road conditions, daylight, all of those factors try to get analyzed and trying to determine trends and contributing factors to collisions, whether they're single vehicle, multi-vehicle, whether skidding was involved. So we're basically trying to sift through the data and analyze and see what does the data tell us. But it's, I think on 407, we are fortunate that our collision rate is quite low. The collision rate is historically has always been just slightly below 0.3 collisions per million vehicle kilometers traveled. And that's about half of what the number would be generally on highways across Ontario, and about a third of what it is on sort of comparable multi-lane expressway type highways in the GTA. Although those numbers are a bit out of date, my understanding is they're still in that same comparable range.
And is in terms of weather, do you look at statistically the wet weather collisions compared to the overall number of collisions in a segment?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what do you take from that if there are an elevated number of wet weather collisions?
Well, it would be one of the factors that helps us determine, that if we're seeing a lot of wet weather collisions and there's skidding collisions, then it might become a trigger that we are going to look at enhancing friction of the surface, and also our efforts in the friction enhancement have included grooving of our concrete pavement, which reduces the potential for hydroplaning, which is a real problem when vehicles are driving at highway speeds in wet weather. That advice they give you about slow down, that's good advice for all of us.
And in terms of the geometry of the road, is that something that you're looking at as well? But whether they're clustered at interchanges, curvature, those sorts of things? Analysis?
Yes, I mean, we do break the data separately into mainline and ramps, so we're looking at those separately. And And then, as we're looking at, especially more recently, the last 2 years, we've been getting the GPS coordinates, then we would be looking at exactly where in the segment, and are we seeing a cluster? But our highway is only designed and built in the 90s and early 2000s. The design standards, and there is even things like an enhanced clear zone, but the highway was built to sort of the most modern standards used in Ontario, I would say. And so things like sight lines, horizontal curves, vertical curves, they all meet the design speed for the highway. And so, I wouldn't anticipate we're going to see geometric related problems on the main line.
And if you have FN or in a given segment, and you investigate, and if there are low collisions compared to the main line generally, or no collisions, what happens then?
I mean, it's sort of I guess that old adage of don't fix a problem you don't have. So if we are not seeing a friction related problem, then we are not going to take action as sort of evidenced by collisions. Then we aren't going to go enhance friction just for the sake of doing so. However, there have been isolated sections where we did notice, I guess an example I can give out of both collision analysis and just knowledge of the highway and collisions was we had a particular section where we saw over a couple of years, 2 or 3 empty tractor trailers lose control in wet weather or snowy, slightly slippery conditions in the very same sort of area. So then we did some targeted friction measurement in that area, confirming, across the lanes, and it indicated lower friction. It's not an absolute, cause and effect correlation, but we were concerned enough that, 2 or 3 tractor trailers over a 2-year period in exactly the same area that were all empty, losing control in a skidding type collision, we felt was related to friction. So we did go out and do isolated, diamond grinding and grooving of the pavement, and it seems to have helped.
And if I could rephrase that a little bit, and you correct me if I'm wrong about that. What I'm gathering is that it's not that you could say absolutely that low friction was the cause, but it was something that you or the 407 felt that certainly could be the cause of those collisions that you just described, and therefore thought it was prudent to take the friction remediation method. Is that fair?
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Andrew. It's not an absolute cause and effect. It's more of a reasonable probability that this is something we could do to make it better. And sort of notionally, after we've done that intervention, I haven't seen those same collisions occur in that area. So I'm believing that we've done some good to it.
Okay. And you referred to diamond grinding. Was that on a concrete pavement section?
Yes.
And do you ever have occasion to investigate friction concerns even where the FN is over 30? So it's not a contractual requirement, but the collisions have caused you some concern?
Yes, we would look at that as well. As I say, we sort of look at the collision analysis from the point of view of where are the collisions occurring and what are the factors, or what commonality can we find in these collisions. And we're always striving to say, what if anything can we do about it that may help.
And are there situations where there's friction test results that are substantially different between adjacent portions of the highway? And if so, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I do notice different results. I mean, the most significant is between our asphalt sections and concrete. Concrete, most of it is hovering around the 30 kind of level. Asphalt is up 50 plus kind of thing. And but the traffic volumes are different in the different areas, and I guess also I even notice a difference between the numbers on the truck lanes and the older concrete and the new concrete that was constructed in 2006, 2007, open to traffic either in that time period or in 2012, 13. Some of those lanes were also open. So the concrete tends to polish over time, and friction numbers will drop. Asphalt often has its lowest friction right after it's constructed, and it actually gains in friction as the asphalt cement wears off the aggregate particles, and more of the aggregate sort of sharp edges of the hard trap rock, or they use very aggressive aggregates in surface courses in Ontario so that you get better skid resistance. That's exactly why those high quality mixes are used on highways.
When you're talking about that, are you talking about the Ministry of Transportation's designated source of materials list for aggregates for surface courses?
Yes.
Okay. And is the 407 use DSM aggregates?
We do, but we're even more restrictive. We only allow what in the asphalt. We only allow what we believe are the highest quality products. I think, I don't know, the government allows a broader,
they have a list.
choice. And I guess it's more inclusive that there's aggregate sources from all over the province, or more providers, and they are all good aggregates, but we've decided we will choose basically trap rock, and that's our preferred aggregate.
And what asphalt mix is used for the surface layer? I understand it's not SMA. Is that right?
No, we have no SMA. Ours is an FC2.
Right. And why is that the choice, if you know the answer?
We don't have as much heavy truck traffic, so truck traffic does make it more susceptible to rutting issues, and SMA is a premium product, is better against rutting, but given the characteristics of our traffic volumes, the heaviest sections, we might have an AADT of about 120, maybe 125,000. There's sections of the 401 where I believe they're over 400, and we run about 6%, maybe 7% of traffic is trucks, and they may be in the 20% range. I'm not sure of their numbers, but they're significantly different from ours.
Right. Sorry, that was the AADT?
Yes, the average annual daily traffic.
Right. Thank you. Sorry, just back to when you were looking at the potential causes of collisions, just to cut it off. Do you look at the time of day or evening, night, the sort of the lighting for the time of the accidents, as well as that part of the investigation analysis?
Yes, we do. And it's actually, we look at it, but it's actually sort of funny because statistics can actually lie to you a bit as well, because, it's what are you measuring and not measuring. So I think nighttime driving is more difficult and you would expect a higher number of collisions. But given the fact that 80% of our traffic is, during the sort of morning, afternoon, daytime periods, then your nighttime collision rates aren't that high, just on a direct basis, but it's partly because your traffic volume is significantly lower.
Right. So you have to look at the percentage of the number of collisions versus or accidents against the levels of traffic at a particular time if you're going to have anything meaningful.
Correct. And that happens, you mentioned about day night, and it just made me think of that, but it's the same even with wet weather. And, you have more days with dry pavement in Ontario than you do with wet pavement or snowy pavement. Yet, wet pavement or snowy pavement is much more slippery and contributes to more accidents. But if there's less traffic during those periods, then, or less overall number of days, then it reduces, it reduces the effect of that as to what you're seeing in your stats.
Right. And I understand that at some point quite a long time ago, now the 407 ETR purchased a grip tester machine. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when was that approximately?
I think I misstated on that date also, Andrew, when I talked to you before. I believe I said 2007, 2008, but it was actually, I looked it up, it was 2010, 11. We ordered it late 2010 and actually received it in 2011.
Okay. And sorry, were you were involved personally in the decision to purchase that?
Yes, I was.
All right. And why did you direct that purchase? What was the purpose?
Basically, as I mentioned earlier, the brake force trailer, there is not one sort of readily available for our use in Ontario. So we have to bring it up from the US. Brake force trailer is a very expensive piece of equipment. Back when I was looking at it, it was over $500,000, and it requires, an operator who's, going to be very familiar and that is basically using that piece of equipment all the time. And given our highway was only 108 kilometers long, buying one did not make a lot of sense because we would use it, so infrequently that it was hard to justify the expense. And I had attended a friction workshop with ARA a few years prior down in, NASA used to run these workshops for both airfields and all of the highway guys got involved in it. So they moved it from Wapples Island out in the East Coast to Penn State. So I attended that workshop at Penn State, and I found that there were many different friction testing devices available, many different methodologies used around the world. And there's, very few absolutes in that type of thing where there's human intervention and interpretation as opposed to, the laws of physics and nature. And that was where I first saw the grip tester, saw what they were doing with it. I also saw the scrim machine. I think the Canadian military uses scrim testers. And we decided, well, the grip tester was under $100,000, best of my recollection. We could make good use of that. It would be good to have it in-house. We could do testing both to determine whether we can, run our test at the same time as the brake force trailer testing, and could we develop a reliable correlation between the two. And then also it gave us the ability to test any time of the year. And we've taken it out, the prescribed both the brake force trailer and the grip tester, they have prescribed conditions when you should do the testing, and they control the amount of water provided. But I was interested, like, vehicles drive in heavy rainy days. What does the test trailer tell me on a heavy rainy day? What does it tell me when there's some snow on the highway? I was just interested in what could I learn from the data, and also could I do the correlation and then eventually maybe convince MTO to not use the brake force trailer, but to use a continuous measurement device.
Okay, so lot of info in there. Thank you very much. On the last point that you mentioned, that, am I correct? That was sort of apart from the other things that you described, that the end goal, you hope that you would be able to convince that the ministry to allow the 407 to use the grip tester rather than the brake force trailer to satisfy its contractual friction monitoring obligations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you described the sort of the things that you wanted to use it for. Did you end up using it for those purposes, as you said, for testing in wet weather conditions, as opposed to under the prescribed testing regimen in different weather conditions, that sort of thing?
Yes, we did. We did do that kind of spot testing in adverse weather, and we did do testing for a few years in a row in parallel with the brake force trailer testing, so that we had data as measured by each of those pieces of equipment, basically following one another down the highway.
Okay, so you actually conducted them with the brake force trailer at the same time, like
Yes.
one following the other? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. And so from that, I would infer that the grip tester testing was also done at 100 kilometers per hour. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the usual specification or standard for grip tester is at 50. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right. Okay. So why be doing it at the same speed?
That's a good question, but I think it eliminates, one of the variables. It's also safer to be doing it at highway speeds. And, as I said before, you're going to get significantly different skid numbers with any device at different speeds. And what I did find, though, which was a bit disadvantageous with the grip tester, and I think it showed in some of the data, especially with the concrete pavement. Concrete pavement, it was all constructed at the same time, slip form, so it was perfectly flat. But then you cut the panels into sections so that you've got controlled cracking of your concrete as it cures, and gives you thermal expansion and contraction capability as temperatures change. But those individual panels of concrete at the joints, over time, they start to warp, and those joints become a bit bumpy. And that roughness or bumpiness of the concrete pavement with a much lighter trailer like the grip tester, testing at 100 kilometers an hour, was not good for it, because it would tend to bounce more than the brake force trailer. But even the brake force trailer does bounce some if your pavement is rough.
Right. So just more pronounced with the grip tester as being a lighter machine. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood you to say this was principally a problem on the concrete pavement for the reason you described with the joints effectively.
Yes, definitely more on the concrete than I can't say. Our asphalt's actually generally quite smooth, and we keep it in pretty good condition. So I don't believe we'll get the odd dip or bump, same as anybody, but yeah, much more reliable on the asphalt.
Okay. And so as we've heard, and you mentioned that the grip tester is a continuous friction measuring device. or a CFME, as we've heard it called, as opposed to the locked wheel tester, which does just that. It applies a brake fully, and then the friction is measured in a full skid effect, essentially. And so, did you form any views on the differences between the continuous measurement and the locked wheel testing, in terms of the data that it presented to you and the usefulness of it?
Well, that was one of the takeaways I got from talking to the experts and seeing the testing, participating in that workshop down at Penn State. I actually felt that the continuous measurement was potentially, it was a better measurement for vehicles that are on the highway, or if we're trying to anticipate friction relative to vehicle behavior and safety of vehicles on the highway, which to me, that's my underlying concern, is making my highway as safe as possible for the vehicles that use it. And given that vehicles now have anti-lock brakes, then you're not locking your brakes. It rarely, if ever, occurs in today's vehicles. And so I don't dispute that the brake force trailer is a measurement of friction, but to try to say that it's a correlation between the measurements of that device, where you're having a locked wheel, and extrapolating that to be a representation of safety of other vehicles that don't ever lock their wheels, I wasn't totally convinced. And I felt that the continuous measurement also gave you a more reliable measurement, in that the brake force trailer, like, we repeat these measurements every 2 years, but because you're only locking your wheel, and I forget the exact frequency, but it's like every 100 or 200 meters or something. Like, it's only 2 or 3 measurements, I believe, per 500 meter segment of highway. The probability that you're actually testing that same piece of pavement year over year, it's remote to nil. And so you're introducing many other variables. Are you on the same path where you're in applying the wheel? Are you hitting the same area? Are there differences? The bumpiness of the pavement, all that kind of stuff. And I felt that and it wasn't just me, it was also talking to some of the experts. At Penn State, there's people who are real experts in pavement friction. Henry and Thompson were two of the gentlemen who were like PhDs in this stuff. I think it stemmed from landing space shuttles safely and being able to stop them. Friction became a big concern. But those guys, they just knew so much about it. And listening to them, the other thing was, they said if you were using a brake force trailer, their recommendation was use the smooth tire. MTO's test methodology prescribes using the rib tire. And MTO, credit to them, they're trying to be able to compare years of history of data. So they're staying with the same methodology so that it's absolutely comparable. And they know that, data they gathered in the 80s is comparable to data they're gathering in 2020. So they're staying with the rib tire, they're staying with the brake force trailer. And I don't blame them. I'm not saying by any means it's wrong. I just felt sort of intellectually, I liked the idea of the continuous skid measurement, and saw benefits to it. And
okay, and then
try.
So that is, I understand about what you understood from speaking to the people that caused you to want to try out the grip tester, and which is a continuous measurement device. But were those things borne out that you described, or no? What was the experience with it in that regard?
So the experience was, as I mentioned earlier, on the concrete, taking it at the speed we were taking it was introducing another variable and was affecting the readings, which wasn't good. So, trying to do this at a high travel speed on concrete messes up the results. On asphalt, I think it was better, and it did give us good measurements. And I do like the fact that I can take it out, as I said earlier, on rainy days, snowy days, whatever, and I can see what is the absolute difference in friction. And you do see significant differences, or being able to measure asphalt right after it was paved and open to traffic, even if it is high quality aggregate. It's got the AC coating on it, which is oily, an oil-based product. It's much slipperier when it's brand new. And if you take it when it's brand new and in the rain, it's much slipperier.
And to be clear, am I correct though that the last part of things that you just described are based on the availability of it? You had the device, therefore you could perform those tests, which you could have performed with another device as well. That's an availability issue as opposed to a device issue.
Correct.
Okay. And about the variabilities that you described, to make sure I understand, I do get the point about the locked wheel tester only measuring periodically. And so it's difficult from year to year to know if you're at exactly the same spot or not that the measurement's taking place. But you also referred to the wheel path and whether you're on exactly the same wheel path from year or 2 years to 2 years. Unless I'm misunderstanding you, that would apply to other devices as well, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It's just, repeatability of the results. And then when you're trying to develop a correlation, or even when you're comparing results year to year, and I think there may even be differences, if we do it very early in the year and there's still salt residue on the road versus if there's been huge rains, or even if it's not the salt residue, has there been a rain recently that was a very heavy rain that washes dust, rubber, whatever, cleans the surface of the road? You get better measurements if the surface has been recently cleaned and dry. And those things introduce, variability in your results as well.
Right. Over time, although if I understood you correctly, not as between if you're using the locked wheel and the grip tester at the same time, trailing one another, they're doing it under the same conditions, same speed. So those variables wouldn't apply in terms of comparing those results, right?
That's correct. And that's one of the reasons we did it right at the same time, like one after another down the highway.
Right. And so the repeatability point, is that what you were describing about the locked wheel tester and the fact that it's measuring in periodically over distances?
Yes.
Okay. And so how ultimately, how did the correlation exercise go, and what happened with the effort to convince the MTO to permit use of the grip tester?
So the correlation actually wasn't that bad. I think we had an R squared of about 68 when we looked at testing on both concrete and asphalt. The R squared was not quite as good if you were just looking at concrete versus concrete results, or asphalt versus asphalt. When I say asphalt versus asphalt, I mean grip tester measurements of asphalt versus brake force trailer measurements of asphalt. But when you took the two different areas, then you actually got an R squared of about 68, which means the equation describing the line through the point cloud is explaining about 68% of the variation between the results, which means that about 32% is just random errors or other factors that are unexplained by your comparison that says whatever 1.5 grip number equals skid number or brake force trailer number. And just pulling those numbers out of the air just to explain what I meant as an equation.
Okay, and directionally, it would be correct that the grip tester would return a higher number than the locked wheel tester? Is that right? Or
yeah, I believe that's what it was. And I'm sorry, Andrew, I didn't go back through those results and haven't looked at them since I think when we talked last year.
Okay, okay, so higher numbers returned for the grip tester at the same number, but if I understood you correctly, looking at only one type of pavement, so the asphalt against asphalt results, or concrete versus concrete, the correlation was not the best.
Yeah, I think the problem becomes when you take just concrete versus concrete or asphalt versus asphalt, then you've got less overall spread, less difference. Like I said before, we might have numbers in concrete that range from 25 to 35 or 40, 25 to 35, say, and then we've got numbers in asphalt that may be ranging from 40 to 55. When you take a point cloud that only has concrete, then you're still going to have random distribution, but you've got a much tighter cluster. Like it's from 30 to 35, I said. And then your grip numbers may be from 40 to 50, but it's such a short range. And then you've got a lot of variation in it that it's not explaining, your equation is not explaining as much of that variation. Whereas if I take a point cloud of concrete numbers down here in that skid number of 25 to 35, and then I take the asphalt numbers up here that are in the 45 to 55 range or something, and I put a line through it, and you're connecting those two clouds and assuming they're part of the same data, and then that line is explaining a lot more of that variation, or that equation is. So that's why the R squared improved. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Well, I'm not great at math, but I understand generally what you're speaking is that you have a wider spread of data with which to apply to the two sets of data.
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just advised that the commissioner lost his connection. So if we could hold for 1 minute, if you could mute me, please. I apologize. We'll be right back. I think this is the first time this has happened that the commissioner has had an outage. So if we could hold for 1 moment and we'll get him back on. We're not sure what the problem is. I wonder if we could just take a 10-minute break, registrar. Be back on. It's 10:29. If we come back at 10:40, that would be great. And actually, if you could briefly put me into a council room as well, that would be for all council. That would be good just to talk about timing. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, council. I'm just going to reorganize the breakout rooms.
Thank you. We are back after a brief interruption. Sorry for the delay, everyone. So, Mr. White, you've described the correlation issues, and then the second part of the question I asked you was, were you able to convince the MTO of using the grip tester rather than the locked wheel tester?
No, and I actually I had informal discussion with MTO as opposed to submitting a formal application of equivalency. And that's where I got more insights into their philosophy and desire to maintain standard methodology and equipment to make the data strictly comparable or as comparable as possible over the years. And they have many years of history. And it was also, it specified that this is in the concession agreement. So it would have required an amendment or modification to the concession agreement. So after making informal inquiries, finding out their reason and their motivation that they're likely not going to agree to the change, then we decided we were not going to formally apply. It did not seem likely that they would agree. And I now have my grip tester. I could do the testing myself if I want. And although the correlation isn't perfect, it is another methodology and a valid methodology for measuring friction and understanding behavior of pavements.
So apart from that and the limitations you described, particularly with the weight on the concrete pavements, did you find the grip tester to be a useful measuring device?
Yes. Yes, and as I say, there are many different devices out there, and they all measure slightly differently, but they are indications of pavement friction and basically pavement friction or skid resistance of a surface. But then how well they represent what's happening with vehicles, with all of the current technology and anti-lock braking and all of that type of thing, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know, from engineering and common sense that if you have less friction, then you have more potential of losing grip and having some type of slipping incident or loss of control. If a surface is too slippery, you can't even steer a vehicle on it, much less brake.
And do you, does the 407 still use the grip tester?
We haven't for the last few years, but that was really just some of the urgent questions that we had been answered. And we also lost a staff member. We've taken steps. He was the one who we trained and who had the expertise and was able to do the testing. But we are in the process of getting the unit recalibrated and do plan to use it again this year or next year. We'll be up with brake force trailer again.
Okay. Oh, one last on the grip tester. Did you use a smooth tire for the grip tester? It's a different type of tire than is used for the locked wheel tester. It's a different soft tire, right?
Yeah, the tire is different. I honestly don't recall. I would actually have to look back at the records, but I actually thought that the grip tester tire was not a smooth tire, but it is a much smaller diameter tire than the brake force trailer tire.
I just asked because you had indicated before about the issue raised about the MTO using the rib tire versus the smooth tire, and so I was wondering if you had seen a difference in that respect.
Those are both different options with the brake force trailer. There is a smooth tire that is just perfectly smooth, like a race car slick kind of thing. And then there is a rib tire, which is, it doesn't have tread. It only has ribs circumferentially around the tire.
Did you obtain the grip tester? Was that from Tradewind Scientific?
Yes, it was.
Through them, because they're the agent for the manufacturer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I do not have any further questions. Thank you very much. Some counsel for the participants may have some questions. I understand that counsel for the city may have approximately 10 minutes of questions, Ms. Hale. And so I'd ask her to go first, and counsel for the MTO and Gold are also asked to reserve some time. And so they may have a couple of questions each after Ms. Hale.
Good morning, Mr. White.
Good morning.
My name is Samantha Hale, and as Commission Counsel mentioned, I'm counsel to the City of Hamilton. I have a couple questions for you this morning, and I'd first like to speak about your evidence regarding the ATSM brake force trailer and the grip tester. Your evidence this morning was that the 407 purchased a grip tester in 2010 or 2011 at your direction, and you wanted to try and calibrate the results in hopes of demonstrating to the MTO that the required friction testing could be done on the grip tester. And you mentioned in your evidence that there was inherent differences in the grip tester and brake force trailer, such as repeatability and durability, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you purchased the grip tester, I take it from your evidence that you were aware of these inherent differences between the grip tester and brake force trailer?
Yes.
And you spoke with Commission Counsel about how the 407 ran this comparison and correlation. Did you yourself do the correlation of the results, or was that part of a broader team?
That was part of a broader team. The data was gathered. It was our operator running the grip tester. It was ARA's operator running the brake force trailer. We provided all data to ARA. They did the analysis and provided us with the report and the comparison.
And you said that the correlations between asphalt to asphalt and concrete to concrete were not the best. Do you remember approximately what the R-squared values were?
I may have it handy. I'm not sure whether I can just find it that quickly. I know it was significantly less than when we combined the two. Sorry, I'm not having trouble. I need to actually read the report or find the right spot. I found the same one that I'd talked before. It was R-squared of 65 on the combined data, but I don't see it jumping out at me.
Your counsel has come on the screen. Maybe Mr. McKenzie can assist.
Oh, just, yes, thanks. Craig's trying to find that, but could take a while. And like you said, we'd like to review that as well. Happy to provide that after he's wrapped up today, unless it's vital for your continued line of questioning.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. And so Mr. White, I take it that if you got a grip tester number of, let's say 35, for example, you would be unable to determine whether or not that would meet the MTO's contractual requirement of maintaining a friction value, FN value of 30. It's not a simple, +5 correlation.
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, I mean, even if we were mathematically correlating and coming to, an R squared of 80 or 85, if we used a different device than what the concession agreement required and a different methodology, then that would require agreement of the parties to do that. I would not be at liberty to just substitute the method and tell them this is equivalent and this is what you're getting.
Exactly. And I take it that if they were able to be so easily correlated, the 407 would probably have brought that information to the MTO in a more formal manner.
Yes.
But
both if it was, sorry, I was just going to add, both if it was more, demonstrably highly correlated, and also if there was a real strong reason for doing one over the other. But I was satisfied with the discussion with them. They are satisfied that we're only doing it every 2 years and can only do the testing when the equipment is available to us. And they really desired the repeatability comparability of their historical results. So like exactly the same methodology as on any other road for the past 20 or 30 years is what they wanted us to do. So I took that and said, yeah, I'm wasting my time arguing about it because there's no harm to us to do the brake force trailer.
So moving subjects, I wanted to ask you some questions about the 407 more generally. So I take it that the 407 is a for-profit toll road?
Yes.
And through the concession agreement with the MTO, the 407 ETR, as you stated before, is contractually responsible for regular friction testing, which you have done biennially?
Yes.
And I take it that if the MTO requested to see the friction testing and it for some reason became clear that the 407 did not do and did not conduct regular friction testing, that would be a failure to perform its material obligation under the concession agreement?
I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds reasonable to me. I take it as an obligation, something I need to do.
Basically that the 407 would be in default of one part of the agreement.
Yes.
And upon a default such as this, the MTO would have recourse under the agreement?
Yes. I mean, typically there are things in the agreement where they can instruct us to do something, and we need to follow that instruction as long as it's reasonable and comparable or part of our agreement. And if we fail to take action in reasonable time, they can step in and we're responsible for the cost.
And despite being included in the 400 series network, the 407 ETR section of Highway 407 is not considered part of the provincial highway network due to it being privately operated?
No, there's funny wording in the concession agreement but it is considered to be a King's Highway for certain purposes, including for Highway Traffic Act and enforcement. But you're right, it is then set separately that it is a private highway and not a public accessible King's Highway.
The 407, is it the only road in Ontario that you're aware of that is required to monitor friction in the manner that you've discussed?
No, not any longer. We were the original, but there have been other P3 projects. I believe, well, I know for certain the 407 East has a requirement for the maintenance contractor to monitor the friction. It was a design, build, operate type project. And I believe that's the same for the Parkway in Windsor, which the name slips my mind, but I believe I'm
the Lincoln Alexander Parkway.
That.
Oh no, sorry, that's Hamilton.
That's Hamilton.
EC Road, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You could look at that agreement, but I think you would find that'll also have a friction requirement in it.
So turning to the friction monitoring program, You stated that the 407 uses the friction level 30 as an investigatory threshold. And so that means that areas that have friction FN values over 30 do not require further investigation based on the friction number alone?
I would say that's correct based on friction number alone, but there is also a requirement that we do a network-wide analysis of our collision and highway safety in general, regardless of the number.
And so the 407 would investigate areas that have, as you said, consistent FN values under 30 if there were other indicators that came from the collision data?
Yes.
And so an FN value under 30 alone does not mean that remedial action is required?
That's correct.
And as you said, generally, you're not going to go enhance friction just for the sake of doing so if the 407 is not seeing additional indicators of concern from the data.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I know of the project. I know we were interested in that project when I was at ACON. Spoke to Hamilton about potentially executing that, but nothing ever came of it. I've driven the highway since it's been built.
So generally, you're aware of the differences between the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the 407 in terms of number of lanes?
Yes, the more, what strikes me more is the Red Hill Valley is going through a valley down the escarpment. So there is a significant grade change from origin to destination.
And so you're also aware that the funding sources for the Red Hill and the 407 would be different?
I did not really pay attention to how the Red Hill got constructed or by who, but yes, this is private finance. So.
Mm-hmm. And I would assume you would agree that funding is an important factor in roadway maintenance, the ability to have funds.
Yes.
And you would agree that there are differences in how the operators of the road, the municipality on the one hand, and then the 407 ETR concession company on the other are able to allocate resources to their respective roads?
Yeah, I would think it's different. I'm not that familiar. I've never worked in a municipality, but I expect it is different.
So given these differences, you would agree that the Red Hill would not be a comparable road to the 407 ETR?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider them directly comparable. It's not where I would go, when I'm looking at traffic or collision stats. I'm looking more at like 401, 403, 400, 427, those kinds of highways. But that's also because, we're part of the King's Highway network. So I look at those ones.
And would you agree that the MTO does not publish any standards or guidelines with respect to friction measurement or management in Ontario?
I honestly don't know. I can't say for sure what they are publishing or not. I know that, they put it in our concession agreement, what I was required to do. And then myself and my team, and consultants, we've investigated those standards. And I believe there was some information that we also got from MTO on that, but I'm not certain.
And are you aware if there are any published national standards or guidelines with respect to friction management or measurement in Canada?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Are you aware of any published national standards in Canada respecting highway friction investigatory or intervention levels?
I have to admit, I've never really gone to look. I've looked at what my agreement requires me to do.
So the friction testing is not based on any published standard per se, but what is in the concession agreement.
Correct, which does take me to the ASTM standards. And then, interest and understanding prompted me to do things like learn about the workshops on pavement friction and such that were sort of NASA, Penn State related.
Great. Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bourrier for the MTO, if he has any questions.
I don't have any questions for Mr. White.
Thank you. And Ms. Ramaswamy for Boulder.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good morning, Mr. White. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. White, I'm counsel for Golda, and I just had questions about one particular topic. So earlier today, you had talked about if friction numbers suggested that it required intervention, you'd use methods to enhance friction on the 407. And one of the methods you talked about was diamond grinding. Were there any other methods of friction improvement that were used on the 407?
Yes, in preparation for the anticipated need to enhance friction, especially on concrete pavement, then shortly after I joined 407, we did embark under various trials of technologies, both to evaluate cost, safety, and performance. How much do they improve the measured friction, and how long does that last, and at what cost? So we did trials of things like, there were a variety of things. We tried skidabrator technology, where you're shot blasting the surface of the pavement. We tried applying microsurface over top of both concrete and asphalt. We did trial sections where we put Nova chip, a very thin, coarse asphalt overlay over the concrete pavement as an enhancement. We did diamond grinding only. We did trial sections where we did 500 meters of diamond grinding, 500 meters of diamond grooving, and then 500 meters of grinding and grooving. So we tried to have good knowledge, expecting that at approximately 20-year life on the concrete, that we would need to be taking intervention, both because of friction and also because of, as I mentioned earlier, the warping of the concrete slabs and the ride deteriorating, and the need to improve that before, if you don't improve the ride and the trucks really hit on those joints, then that impact loading will really accelerate the deterioration and the adverse effect on the pavement. So we wanted to be prepared. So we tested everything we could think of on sort of smaller scale trials so that we knew what method we planned to use when the time came.
Thank you. And do you recall what were the outcomes of those trials and test strips that you conducted specifically for skidabrading or microsurfacing?
So it was more, it was our concrete pavement that was of primary concern to us. And with the concrete pavement, the methodology that we selected was to grind the concrete to improve the ride. And that also creates a roughness of the surface, but it's almost like the blades are very closely spaced when you diamond grind, and you end up with little edges that, like in the corduroy kind of thing. And those edges create a lot of initial friction, but they go away very quickly. Within 2 to 3 years, you'd be back down to the same measured skid numbers. So that's where we also decided we would diamond grind the concrete after we had done the grinding. We groove it, and we cut grooves into the concrete, which enhances the texture, the friction, and has a long life and reduces hydroplaning potential.
I understand. And so you're speaking specifically about diamond grinding, right? How about microsurfacing and skidabrading?
Sorry, the question relative to those again? Could you
No, it's not
clarify?
so much of a comparison, but as much as, do you recall what was you mentioned that there were trials and test strips that were conducted of these different methods. And so I was just wondering if you recall specifically with relation to microsurface and skid abrading, what were the results of that trial?
Microsurface also improved the friction, had fairly long life. Major disadvantage was it made the maintenance of the seals in the joints harder to properly maintain in the concrete pavement that would be underlying the microsurface. And that was the same issue with Nova Chip. It lasts very well. It does give you a good skid resistant surface, but it makes maintenance of your joints and your concrete pavement almost impossible. And skid abrading was short term. It did not have, it did give you an initial significant improvement in the friction, but it did not last.
Thank you, Mr. White. Those were all my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Please. I just have a couple of clarification questions, Commissioner.
Okay. I just want to check. Have we asked council for Dufferin whether they have any questions?
Yeah, they indicated on the break that they would have no questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. I was just looking back at the transcript, and I just wanted to be clear about the investigatory level with respect to the friction results and the collision analysis as distinct from an intervention level. So I don't want to talk, I understand that if it's below FN30, there's not a requirement to intervene, and you describe that. I just want to be clear about whether, in terms of investigation itself, whether that is triggered by a result that is under 30, or is it also, does it, for purely investigation, is it also require some indicators with respect to collision analysis?
In our agreement, it is really a requirement to investigate, but then it does then pose, that we must take remedial action as appropriate. So the way we've interpreted that is that, if we have a friction number less than 30, we need to be doing the investigation. That's part of why we established the friction management program and built that into our collision analysis, so that we are then interpreting it, it's less than 30. The next question is does our investigation say there's a problem? If there's a no problem, then stop. If there is a problem, then determine what is the problem, what can be done about it, and what is the appropriate action to take.
Thank you. And then the second question, just for the transcript, because I don't think it's a term we've heard before, is Nova Chip. Is that NOVACHIP? Yes,
and that's essentially a brand name for a resurfacing process. It uses a Midland paver, puts down a very tacky tack coat to really, give a great bond to the existing surface that you're overlaying. And then it overlays a very thin course of asphalt, less than 20 millimeters. So approximately 3/4 of an inch, but it's very coarse. No, I shouldn't say coarse. It's very rough, granular in that, and very consistently graded. And it is somewhat open graded. It's not like a drainage layer because it's too thin, but the aggregate in it reminds me of like what you'd see in an OFC kind of asphalt, the open friction course.
Is that a brand name for something that we would call a chip seal? I may have that wrong. No?
No, it's different than a chip seal. This is put down with the paver that was used. It's a Midland paver. They had to bring up the equipment at that time from the States. Miller or Colas now, they did the work for us. And I think there's one other vendor who's got the equipment, and I'm sorry, their name escapes me, but I think there is a local person.
Okay. And am I correct that all those methods that you described as doing the remediation testing on, if I could call it that, was that all done on concrete rather than pavement?
Yes, that's correct. Because the asphalt, we'll end up typically replacing the asphalt wearing surface approximately every 12 years, give or take. And that gives us an improved ride, a new surface, helps keep the water out and protect the underlying layers of the pavement structure.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. White, thank you very much for attending this morning. Your evidence is very interesting, helpful.
You're very welcome, Your Honor. I'm glad I could help. I hope I helped.
I'm sure you did, and you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Register. Oh, no, it's fine. Thank you.
Guess I can leave.
Yes, you can leave. So I think it's 11:12 now that we should take our morning break. Do we know whether Ms. Henderson, who is, I gather, the next witness, will be available at 11:30, or do we wait until 11:45 for her?
Mr. Commissioner, perhaps it's better if we could wait until 11:45. I understand Dr. Henderson's on her way here, and she should arrive shortly, but just to give her a little time to settle down. Would that be okay, Mr. Commissioner?
All right, there's a bit of echo, Ms. Ramaswamy, but I think you're saying that we should wait until 11:45. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Then let's stand adjourned until 11:45.
Commissioner. Good morning, Dr. Henderson. Commissioner, the second witness today is Dr. Vimy Henderson. If the court reporter could please affirm Dr. Henderson.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Henderson, I'd like to start with some questions today about your professional background. I understand from January 2009 to September 2018, you worked at Golder Associates as a pavement and materials engineer. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. So I would have started as a pavement and materials analyst. And then once I received my professional engineer designation as a engineer.
And were those two roles the titles that you held for the entire duration at Golder?
Yes.
And could you describe those two roles and your day-to-day tasks?
Yes. I was involved in a variety of work related to pavement and materials engineering. That would include meeting with clients to see what their needs were, developing proposals, organizing field work, doing field work, analyzing results, reporting results, and following up with clients. And that would be work anywhere from planning or pavement design, pavement rehabilitation, pavement management systems, consultation during construction, quality assurance testing review, and forensic investigations.
Very much. And where did you complete your schooling?
I went to the University of Waterloo. I did my undergrad in civil engineering, and then I did a PhD at the University of Waterloo.
Okay, and that was completed in 2012, is that correct?
Yes, I started it in summer of 2008 and finished the PhD in the spring of 2012.
And I understand that you're a licensed professional engineer.
Yes, I am.
When were you first licensed in Ontario?
I would have to confirm that date for you.
Okay, no problem. I think we do have a copy of your CV, if that would be helpful. If I can ask the registrar to pull that up. I don't believe we have a document ID for that document, however.
Yeah, but I didn't say it here.
Yep, I think if we scroll a little bit, we will find the exact year.
I understand the year to be December of 2013. Image number.
I think it's on, if I might assist, I think it's image 8.
Yep, perfect, 2015. Is that correct to your understanding?
Yep, that is correct.
Thank you.
2013.
Great. And are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
I am. Yep. I'm licensed in Alberta, as you see there, and also in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, but the Saskatchewan one, I'm not currently carrying out any projects in Saskatchewan, so it's not live and active right now.
Much. And registrar, if we can just mark this document as an exhibit, I believe it is exhibit 89, if my numbering is correct.
Noted, Council. It's actually exhibit 90.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Dr. Henderson, what is your current role?
I am a principal engineer at P-Tech Engineering Solutions.
And have you held that role since leaving Golder in September 2018?
No, when I left Golder, I was retained by PSI Technologies to be their Director of Eastern Operations. And I moved on from that role in October of 2018 and started P-Tech.
And how do those roles compare to the role you held at Golder?
At PSI, I was doing similar work. My technical work has been consistent throughout my career. At PSI, I also had more of a management or leadership role. I was focused on developing an Ontario office and developing business for the company east of Saskatchewan, where the original office was started. And now at P-Tech, my technical work remains consistent. As I said, I had been doing at Golder, and I also have a management and leadership role.
And did you either at PSI or currently at P-Tech, do you have any involvement with the City of Hamilton's Public Works Department or the City of Hamilton more generally in your roles after leaving Golder?
Yes, at PSI, we did do some work for the City of Hamilton, a collaboration with the University of Waterloo and the city, and an additional project as well.
Did you work on any matters relating to the Red Hill Valley Parkway in that time?
We did a project that was looking at non-destructive testing methods on a variety of roads, or on several roads throughout the city.
Okay, but not particularly looking at the Red Hill exclusively. Is that, am I understanding right?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you hold any academic positions?
I do. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Waterloo, and I'm a sessional lecturer and in the process of becoming an adjunct professor at McMaster University.
Okay, and in what courses?
At McMaster University, I teach Civ Tech, which is pavement and materials and highway design to undergraduate students. And at the University of Waterloo, I teach two different courses. I teach infrastructure management, so asset management, and pavement and materials engineering design. And both of those are typically at the upper undergrad level and also to graduate students.
Registrar, if you can call up overview document 6, page 5, paragraph 7. I'd like to first start in and around October of 2012. That's okay, you don't need to call out the paragraph for now, but thank you. So if you look at paragraph 7, it starts at the, sorry, that last document, I believe we need to mark as an exhibit. So I think we may have all of it marked it.
Sorry, Council, the CV has already been marked.
It's marked as exhibit 90. Okay, I think that is fine. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so turning to October 2012, you can see at the bottom of the page on the left, paragraph 7, and then it spills over onto the next page. To be clear, these are not your notes. This is a transcription of Dr. Wuzarowski's notes for a meeting with Mr. Gary Moore on October 24th, 2012. And to the extent that it's helpful, I'm happy to take you to the original handwritten document. Do you recall if you attended this meeting?
I do not recall.
Okay, and if we can turn to image 7. And then if you can call out just above paragraph, all of the text just above paragraph 8. So that's a little clearer. Okay, so the last line in the call out, number 4, I think that should read RHVP proposal, Rabia. Do you know what RHVP proposal refers to?
So that says RVHP. If it was RHVP, I expect it would be Red Hill Valley Parkway. Which proposal it's in regards to, I don't know.
And around this time, so around October 24th, 2012, were you aware of any proposals related to the RHVP?
I don't recall.
And do you recall if you were involved in any work or proposed work related to the RHVP at this time?
I don't recall.
And do you recall if you had been involved with any projects related to the RHVP previously at any time since you joined Golder?
Since joining Golder since joining Golder, I had done work with the Red Hill Valley Parkway. I don't recall how much work we had done prior to 2012.
To confirm that I understand, so you think prior to 2012 you had done some work, but you aren't aware to what extent? Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall at all the nature of any work that you might have done on the Red Hill before 2012?
I anticipate the data collection project was ongoing before that date.
And the data collection project, is that related to the Red Hill monitoring station?
Yes.
Registrar, if we can end this call out and go to overview document. Actually, we still have page 7 up, paragraph 9. Dr. Henderson, is it helpful if we call out that paragraph, or is that clear on, is that large enough on your screen?
Yep, I can read that.
Great, thank you. So this again is a transcription of an entry in Dr. Uzarowski's notebooks. It's not your note. This is now dated November 21st, 2012. And the note reads, Hamilton RHVP monitoring station start, and then underneath 5 years later. So at this time in November 2012, were you aware of any works relating to a monitoring station or 5 years later?
I don't recall.
And in a few moments, we'll come to a paper abstract and the start of what we refer to as the Boulder Project. But at this time, does the term 5 years later have any meaning to you in November 2012?
I don't recall.
So I'd like to move forward a bit in time to February 2013. Registrar, if we can go to OD6, page 11, paragraph 18. See here that Dr. Uzarowski emailed Mr. Moore attaching a paper abstract titled Evaluating Performance of the Perpetual Pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway 5 years after construction. You aren't copied on Dr. Uzarowski's original email, but you are listed as an author in the abstract, along with Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore. In the email, Dr. Uzarowski referred to the abstract as a TAC or TAC 2013 abstract. Registrar, if we can call up that document, it is GOL 3396. Thank you. To start, to your knowledge, what is TAC or TAC 2013? What does that refer to?
Transportation Association of Canada. So it would have been the 2013 conference.
And did you prepare this abstract or have input into its contents before it was sent to Mr. Moore?
I don't recall.
Had you discussed the abstract or the idea to write a paper with anyone at Boulder prior to Dr. Zarowski's email on February 1st, 2013?
I don't recall.
And to your knowledge, at this time, had Boulder conducted any investigations respecting the RHVP condition or performance after 5 years?
I don't recall.
And to your knowledge, what was the purpose of writing this paper or preparing the abstract?
We wrote a lot of papers. Dr. Uzarowski has a academic or technical background, just like myself. And so we wrote many papers, and we wrote them with our clients. It was a great opportunity for ourselves, consultants, and our clients to demonstrate the work we were doing and share it with the various industry members across the country or internationally, whatever the case may be, so they can, they can learn from it, and our clients are able to share with others the work they've been doing.
Registrar, can we turn to OD6, page 12, paragraph 19? You can take down the GOL. We can see here in paragraph 19, Mr. Moore replied to Dr. Uzarowski writing that he could not support the abstract going forward as is. Do you recall if this response was communicated to you?
I do not recall.
Okay, now turning to paragraph 20, which is on the same image. Dr. Uzarowski subsequently accepted a calendar invite for a meeting with Mr. Moore on March 1st, 2013, the subject of which was Red Hill Valley, 5 years later, /instrumentation / phase 3 technology review. Were you aware of this meeting?
I do not recall.
Do you recall from your perspective what the next steps were regarding the paper abstract after it was provided to Mr. Moore? Was there anything on your desk, so to speak, at this time?
I do not recall.
Okay, and registrar, if we can turn to image 14 of OD6. Actually, if we can call it both 26 and 27 side by side, that would be helpful. Sorry, my mistake. Before that, if we could call out page 14 and page 15 side by side, and then I may ask you to do a call out. Thank you. So we can see here that Dr. Uzarowski did attend a meeting with Mr. Moore on March 1st, 2013. Do you recall if you attended this meeting?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if Dr. Uzarowski debriefed you on the meeting after it occurred?
I do not recall. Based on the relationship with Dr. Yuzurowski and I. If there had been tasks for me that came out of the meeting, he certainly would have shared them with me following their meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, if we can turn to GOL 3775. Okay, so this is an email from Dr. Yuzurowski to Mr. Moore, which you and Rabia Rizvi are copied. This is also on March 1st, 2013. And the email attaches 3 project proposal and an authorization to proceed in consulting services agreement. So I'll be asking you some questions related to the proposal for the RHVP 5-year condition evaluation. But if it's helpful for background, I can take you to the first page of each attachment. Turning first to the RHVP 5-year condition evaluation, which I will refer to as the Golder project for short, if that's okay, and if it is clear what I'm referring to. And registrar, that is GOL 3779. We can put images 1 and 2 up. So we see on image 2 on the right there that you were listed as one of 2 co-signatories to the proposal. Do you recall if you drafted this proposal?
I would have been, I don't recall drafting it specifically, but given that I signed it, I would have been involved in preparing it. It would have been Dr. Yuzurowski's ideas, and I would have put it into the format you see here.
Okay, so you would have, if I understand you correctly, you would have had discussions with Dr. Yuzurowski prior to the drafting of the proposal, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall having discussions on the scope of the project with anyone from the city or Mr. Moore in particular?
I do not recall, but that is very unlikely that I would have.
And is it unlikely given your role on the project or your role generally with Dr.
Generally, how we handled the City of Hamilton projects. Dr. Yuzurowski was the main contact with the city, and he passed along tasks to myself. Any interaction I had with the city on with their projects, on City of Hamilton projects, would be related typically to administration or coordination for field work.
Turning back to any discussions you may have had with Dr. Yuzurowski, do you recall any discussions about the scope of this proposal?
I do not recall.
And what was the purpose of this testing at this time?
The intention was to gain information about the condition of the pavement at its current age.
And at this time, were there any concerns regarding the condition of the pavement, to your knowledge?
Not that I recall.
And we see here that the title of the proposal is similar to the title of the paper abstract that we just looked at. To your knowledge, was Golder and or the city still contemplating drafting a paper relating to this testing at this time?
I do not recall.
And do you not recall one way or the other, or do you recall that a paper was not being contemplated? Just so that I am clear.
No, I do not know if anyone was still intending to prepare a paper or not for the conference.
Okay, thank you. So before we turn a bit more in detail to the proposal, I'd like to ask you about those at Golder involved in the Golder project at this time in a more general sense. and you spoke about this a bit earlier, but what was your role on the Golder project specifically?
Yeah. My role was, I was the project manager. And in that capacity, I certainly would handle items such as proposals and internal coordination at Golder. And I would have been involved in coordinating field work as needed. And I would have helped Dr. Uzarowski in preparing documents that came out of the work.
Okay, and we see here that both you and Dr. Uzarowski were signatories. And I think you spoke about this a little bit earlier as well, but if you could just describe how your role and Dr. Uzarowski's role differed on this project in terms of what he was responsible for versus what you were responsible for.
Sure. Yes. Dr. Uzarowski would be the technical lead on the City of Hamilton projects. He would work directly with the City of Hamilton, understand their needs and what they were looking for in a particular project. And he would then share that information with me, and I would help him prepare documents such as that seen here. Dr. Uzarowski would review data that came out of the projects, in addition to other individuals as well, depending on the type of data, and develop recommendations related to the information gained in a particular project.
Okay, and did you have any substantive input into any of those, any of the analysis or the recommendations?
No.
And for the Golder project, who did you consider the client to be?
The Golder project was completed for the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And did you have direct contact with Mr. Moore or others at the city on this project in particular?
My contact would have been related to administration as needed, purchase orders and whatnot. I do not recall exactly the conversations related to this project, and anything related to, I may have been involved in coordinating field work.
Okay. And were others at Golder involved in the project?
Yes, there were a few individuals that worked on the project.
Okay, and if you could just briefly describe their roles to the extent that you have a recollection of that.
Yes, Rabia Rizvi would have been involved. She, Ludimir, and I always worked together. So we worked on a lot of projects together. She would have been involved. And in the inertial profiler testing, there would have been a couple other individuals involved carrying out that data collection.
And registrar, if you can please call out the 3 bulleted items on image 1, so field investigation, analysis, and reporting. Could you please describe what each of the 4 bullets would involve and what the results of each would represent?
Sure. The 4 bullets in field investigation?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So a windshield condition inspection. So that's looking at the surface condition of a road. We want to see if there are any distresses. If there are, what type of distresses, and the density. So if there's a lot of them or not very many, and the severity. So if they're big wide cracks or very slight cracks. Inertial profiler testing to determine International Roughness Index, or IRI, would look at the roughness of the road surface, and that would be collected by a vehicle at Golder. Falling weight deflectometer testing evaluates the structural integrity or the structural capacity of a pavement. And that would have been done with one of Golder's FWDs. And it drives along, it stops, it drops a weight on the pavement, and it measures how much the pavement deflects. If the pavement deflects more, it indicates that it has less structural capacity. And then rut depth measurements. The ruts are what we call the wheel path, so where the vehicles travel on the road. Some roads have deep ruts, some roads don't have any ruts. That can be done in one of two ways, either manually with a straight edge and literally measuring the depth of the rut, or it can be done with a vehicle with lasers or LiDAR.
And were you responsible for conducting or analyzing any of the testing shown here?
I was involved in the windshield condition inspection, and that would have been the one I carried out or I was involved in. I would have had some involvement in the coordination of the other tasks.
Okay, and registrar, if we can take these down and call up GOL 4456. Are these your notes from April 18th, 2013 and April 23rd, 2013?
Yes.
And are these notes from field testing conducted on those dates?
Yep. These are notes from the visual condition inspection.
Okay. And was there a different purpose for the second visit on the 23rd, or was it a similar purpose but just with Dr. Uzorowski?
Yes, it would have been the same purpose.
Okay. And what were your views regarding the RHVP pavement condition after the two site visits?
My view or my opinion would have been that some surface distresses had developed, and ideally we don't ever want any surface distresses to develop, but it's going to happen on all pavements. So as you see here, we saw, some micro cracking, construction joints opening. So there was a bit of surface distress.
In your view, was there anything atypical or concerning about what you observed?
No.
Okay. And did Dr. Uzorowski express any views on the pavement condition to you at this time?
Yes, we were both on site on the 23rd, so we would have discussed the condition as we were looking at the pavement.
Do you have any recollection of your discussion?
I do not recall.
Okay. And do you recall if Dr. Uzorowski had any concerns or noted anything atypical because of this site visit?
I do not recall.
Okay. And to your recollection, did you attend on site any other time for this project?
Not for the data collection that we just discussed in those 4 bullets.
Turning back to the proposal, which I believe was GOL 3779. And under analysis, the proposal, if you can actually call it analysis, thank you, registrar. You'll see, I believe it's the second bullet, it's noted comparison of measured performance with performance anticipated for 400 series highway pavements. And in the third bullet, setting a baseline for future comparisons. Could you explain what was intended by the comparison to anticipated performance of 400 series highway pavements?
Yes. There are 3 different 4 different types of roads we normally talk about. Local roads, which is your residential subdivision street, collectors, which would be often a bus route, an urban bus route, arterials, that's your bigger urban roads or rural roads, and interstates or highways or freeways. And the Red Hill Valley Parkway is, it's a major road, and that's comparable to what we know as the 400 series highways in Ontario. So that comment there, the second bullet, is to highlight that it will be compared to the performance we see on roads that receive similar traffic and similar traffic volumes.
And what performance metrics were to be compared to your knowledge?
The measured performance would be the data we collected during the field investigation.
Registrar, if you can just take that call out down for a moment. So that would be the 4 bullets that we just discussed under field investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And did you conduct this comparison?
No, the technical analysis was not conducted by myself.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was the comparison to the 400 series highway pavements conducted?
I don't recall.
And registrar, if you can call out the paragraph below the table on image 2, just above where it says sincerely, just that one paragraph. Okay, and you'll see it says, please sign and return the consulting services agreement accompanied by a purchase order to Vimy Henderson's attention. Do you recall if the city ever signed and returned the consulting services agreement?
I do not recall.
Would it be unusual for it not to be returned?
It varied with each project with the city. We always received a purchase order, as noted there.
And we know from the documents, and I'm happy to take you there if helpful, but that a purchase order was provided to Golder. Would that typically be sufficient for Golder to proceed even without a signed agreement?
Projects for the city of Hamilton were completed in a variety of ways, and I do not recall if this project was completed within the roster agreement or not. The roster agreement had its own set of terms.
And if a project was completed pursuant to the roster, would that be a circumstance where the receiving a purchase order would be sufficient to proceed?
The intention would be to also receive the consulting services agreement.
To confirm that Golder would proceed with a purchase order if received. Sorry, let me rephrase. If a signed consulting services agreement was not received, would Golder not proceed?
No, it was project specific.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to move forward again in time to June 2013. So registrar, if you can close that down and call up overview document 6, page 30 at paragraph 63. Okay. So we can see that Golder prepared a draft of the Golder report by June 14th, 2013, and I can take you to that document. It's GOL 1428. Okay, and do you recall if you were involved in the preparation of this draft in June 2013?
I do not recall.
Registrar, if we can just essentially scroll through to the extent that it's helpful. And if we go to image 4, so this draft included a description and results from the field investigation conducted to date. So we see here that this included visual condition inspection, asphalt coring, surface longitudinal profile, and falling weight deflectometer testing at this time in June 2013. Was that consistent with your understanding of the scope of testing for the Boulder project?
I do not recall.
Okay. And we know that later in time, which we will come to, that friction testing was added to the scope of the Boulder project. At this time, do you recall that any discussion of friction testing to be included in the project scope?
I do not recall.
Okay. And do you recall if you provided this draft or any draft of the Boulder report to anyone at the city?
I do not recall, but I do not anticipate I would have, as you highlighted, it is not a complete document.
And you're referring specifically to the document on screen that you wouldn't have
Yes.
provided this draft. Okay, thank you. Okay, Registrar, if we can turn back to OD6, page 35. And if you can call out paragraph 76, please. Actually, if you can close that call out just for one moment, just so I can direct Dr. Henderson. So you'll see just above in paragraph 75, this is July 4th, 2013. And then Registrar, if you can call out paragraph 76. We see here, this is an email that Gary Kirchhoff from the city emailed to Brian Appleby from SEMA, in which he wrote, regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline pavement treatment, please be advised that the city's asset management section has retained Boulder Associates, care of Ludmir Zarowski, with a phone number, to oversee all testing and monitoring of this specialized surface material. Please contact Ludmir directly should you require any additional information regarding weight and motion or friction testing on the RHVP mainline. To your knowledge, did anyone at SEMA ever contact Dr. Zarowski, you, or anyone else at Boulder regarding weight and motion and or friction testing?
No, no one contacted myself. I don't know if anyone else was contacted.
But to your knowledge, no one informed you that they had been contacted?
Correct. I do not recall being informed that they had heard from SEMA.
Okay. And at this time, so in July 2013, were you aware that SEMA had been retained to conduct a safety study on a portion of the RHVP?
No.
Did you ever become aware of this?
I became aware of it once this investigation that we're carrying out now was underway.
To be clear, while you were at Boulder, did you ever become aware of this?
No.
And Mr. Kirchhoff's email is from July 4th, 2013. So a few weeks after the draft Boulder report we just looked at. To your knowledge, was Boulder or the city contemplating conducting friction testing at this time?
I do not recall.
Okay. And Registrar, you can close that. And if we can go to OD6, page 52 at paragraph 130. So we can see here that Golder prepared a second draft of the Golder report dated September 20th, 2013. The draft now included text in part 5, analysis and recommendations. The text is excerpted there under paragraph 130, but I'm happy to take you to the document if it's helpful. Do you recall at this time, so in September 2013, if you were involved in the revised draft of the Golder report?
I do not recall.
Okay, and to your knowledge by this time, so September 20th, 2013, had the scope of the Golder project changed in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay, and at this time, did you have any concerns with the pavement, whether from a maintenance or a safety perspective?
No.
Okay, and did you provide this draft or discuss the draft with anyone at the city?
I do not recall, but I myself would not have provided the draft. If the draft was provided, it would have gone from Dr. Yuzerowski to the city.
Okay, but to confirm, you would not directly have sent the draft to anyone at the city, is that correct?
Correct.
And if we can turn to OD6, page 60 at paragraph 150, registrar. And thank you. So on September 30th, 2013, Mr. Moore emailed Dr. Yuzerowski regarding skid resistance testing on the RHVP. So you weren't copied on Mr. Moore's original email, but Dr. Yuzerowski copied you on his reply to Mr. Moore. And I'm happy to take you to the document itself if that's easier. But do you recall if Dr. Yuzerowski discussed this with you prior to his response to Mr. Moore?
I do not recall.
And when was the first time you became aware of the city's request to have friction testing performed on the RHVP?
I do not recall.
Do you have any recollection of becoming aware of that prior to being copied on Dr. Yuzerowski's email?
No. No, I do not have a recollection of that.
Okay. And did you speak to Dr. Yuzerowski after he sent the response to Mr. Moore?
I do not recall.
And registrar, if we can turn to the next image, so image 61. Thank you. So we know from the documents that Dr. Yuzerowski received another email from Mr. Moore on October 1st, 2013, regarding friction testing on some crosswalk markings in the city. You aren't copied on that email. Do you recall if Dr. Yuzerowski discussed crosswalk friction testing with you at this time?
The crosswalk friction testing was discussed with me when we were coordinating to get friction testing done.
And Mr. Moore's email to Dr. Yuzerowski, which to confirm it, you aren't copied on, but it included a long chain of internal city staff discussion regarding collisions that occurred during a heavy rainfall in the city. Do you recall if Dr. Yuzerowski discussed any of those emails with you?
I do not recall.
Do you recall at this time whether you, Dr. Yuzerowski, or anyone at the city expressed any concern regarding safety at this time?
I do not recall.
Okay, and if you can call up, if you could put this on the left side and call up image 62 on the right, registrar. Yep. So at paragraph 56, which starts at the bottom of page 61 and continues at the top of 62. On October 4th, 2013, you contacted Stephen Lee from the MTO, writing, our client, the City of Hamilton, wishes to have some friction testing carried out. Are you available to discuss this the beginning of next week? So presumably at some time between September 30th, 2013 and October 4th, 2013, you must have spoken to Dr. Uzorowski about the city's request to conduct friction testing.
Yes, at some time within those dates that you noted, Dr. Uzorowski would have spoken to me, explained what was needed and what he needed me to do.
And do you recall what he told you about the city's request or about what was needed?
I do not recall the exact conversation.
Okay. And why did you contact Mr. Lee?
I would have been given guidance from Dr. Uzorowski to contact him.
And would that guidance have been for you to contact the MTO generally or Mr. Lee in particular?
I do not recall.
And were you familiar with Mr. Lee at this time?
I knew Stephen Lee. I had met him in the past in various industry events or capacities.
Did Dr. Uzorowski indicate at this time why he wanted you to contact Mr. Lee or the MTO more generally to conduct the testing?
No, I don't recall if he did or did not have a reason or provide a reason to me.
Okay. And at this time, were you aware that the MTO had conducted friction testing in October 2007 prior to the opening of the RHVP?
I do not recall if I was aware of that.
Okay, and do you recall when you did become aware?
In the documents, there is an email or there's an email where I learn about this.
Happy to take you there. I think we will come to that email, but just so that I can confirm if that is what you were referring to, would this be an email from January 24th, 2014, or is there an earlier email that you're referring to?
To my knowledge, I didn't know about it before what we're looking at on the screen right now. I'm not sure if the email is exactly January 24th, but it follows sometime in that general timing.
Okay, and do you recall if you learned of the MTO testing on your call with, or through your conversation rather, with Mr. Lee?
No, I did not. Did not hear about it at that time.
Okay. And were you aware at this time that the MTO had conducted any additional testing, friction testing on the RHVP?
No.
And at this time, were you aware of the type of machinery the MTO used to conduct friction testing?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. Did you have any experience conducting or analyzing friction testing on freeway or expressway type roads at this time?
No, I did not.
And did Golder itself have any friction testing equipment?
Not that I was aware of.
And registrar, if we can go to GOL 4467. Okay, if we can call up the second image of this document as well. Thank you. Okay, so we can see at the bottom of the first page and the top of the second page that Mr. Lee replied to you on October 7th, 2013, asking for the timing and scope to determine if the MTO could accommodate the request. And then we see that you replied on October 29th. Between October 7th and October 29th, do you recall if you discussed the friction testing request with Mr. Lee?
I do not recall.
Did you have a call with him or discuss the matter as you had asked in your initial email?
I do not recall.
And Registrar, if we can turn to Overview Document 6, page 70 and 71. And we see at paragraph 179, which starts at the bottom of the page and then continues at the top of page 71, that you responded to Mr. Lee also on October 29th, providing further details regarding the testing. And I'll just give you a moment to review that. Okay, please let me know if you read it. Thank
Yep,
you.
we can go ahead.
Okay, great. So in the first sentence, you wrote that the city was looking to have the testing done as soon as possible. How did you come to understand this?
I would have gained that information from Dr. Uzarowski.
And you, at the time, did you know why the city wanted the testing done as soon as possible?
I don't recall. I anticipate one factor is at this point, it's the end of October. So winter is pending. So we like to get our field work done before winter if possible.
And Mr. Lee replied to your email the same day, writing, "We are behind in our friction network level work and performance-based specification testing. Recommend you get a quotation from ARA that has the same equipment or others that have different friction equipment. Sorry, we will not be able to accommodate this for this season. Some friction testing machines are sensitive to ambient/pavement surface temperature." Did you have knowledge at this time of any possible comparison or correlation between different types of friction testing equipment?
No, I was not aware of correlations.
And did you contact ARA?
I do not recall.
Do you know what testing Mr. Lee was referring to when he wrote some friction testing machines are sensitive to ambient/pavement surface temperature?
No, I don't know his specific reference in that sentence.
And at the time, were you aware of that there were some friction testing machines that were sensitive as described by Mr. Lee?
No, I was not aware of the specific parameters of different equipment.
And did you discuss Mr. Lee's response with Dr. Uzarowski?
Yes, I would have discussed it with Ludmir.
Do you have any recollection of that discussion?
No, I do not.
Do you recall if you discussed Mr. Lee's comments regarding the different testing methodologies and the temperature?
No, I do not recall.
Registrar, we can take that down. And then if you can just call out the images are right. So we were looking at paragraph 180. So on November 6th, you contacted Tradewind Scientific through its website. How did you come to contact Tradewind?
I would have been directed to contact Tradewind by Dr. Uzarowski.
Had you previously worked with Tradewind?
No, I had not worked with Tradewind.
To your knowledge, had Dr. Uzarowski worked with them in the past?
I don't know.
And at this time, did you have an awareness of the type of friction testing equipment Tradewind used?
No,
And was this a consideration or something you and Dr. Uzarowski discussed?
I do not recall our specific discussions.
Would the type of friction testing equipment be something that you would be responsible for determining, or something that you would have discussed with Dr. Uzarowski?
I would not have been responsible in deciding what equipment was to be used.
Would you have had any input into that decision?
No, that decision would have been handled by Dr. Uzarowski.
And registrar, if we can turn to image 73. Okay, and at paragraph 186, we see that you spoke to Mr. Leonard Taylor of Tradewind on November 8th, 2013. I'll take you to the document itself, as there are some handwritten notes. So that's GOL 4476. And are the handwritten notations your notes?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall if they were taken during the call?
yes, they would have been taken during the phone call.
Okay, and it seems that there's writing in two different pen colors. Does that reflect the notes being taken at different times?
I can't say either way.
And what do you recall about your discussion with Mr. Taylor?
I do not recall the discussion outside of the information presented on this document.
Thank you. And registrar, if you can leave this image up and also bring back OD6, page 73. Thank you. And there's a notation on the image on the left that says that you expect a response. I believe it says expect a response from Leonard on Wednesday, November 13th. Is that correct?
Yes, yep.
Do you recall what response you were waiting on?
I don't know exactly what the response was based on the information that we have now. I would anticipate that I was waiting to hear more about the field work, whether it be availability or timeline or pricing. I'm not sure which, but.
Okay. And you'll see on the right, paragraph 187, that Mr. Taylor emailed you on November 17th, 2013, advising that Tradewind was available to conduct the testing between November 19th and 21st, 2013. He outlined the cost for the testing, the type of equipment to be used, and the requirements. Do you think this is the response that you were waiting for referenced on your note?
I anticipate it likely was.
Okay, and registrar, if you can take down the Golder 4476 and leave up page 73, and then also bring up page 74. Yep. When you received this email from Mr. Taylor, what would you have done with it?
Email in item 187.
Yeah, the email itself begins at the bottom of 187 and then continues at the top.
Yes, I would have shared the information with Dr. Yuzerowski, and we would have discussed next steps or how we want to proceed.
And do you have any specific recollection of those discussions?
No, I do not recall.
And would you have analyzed the proposal to determine if it was suitable to the request from the city, or would this have been left to Dr. Yuzerowski?
I would have analyzed the proposal to evaluate if it was in line with the discussions I had had with Leonard Taylor, and, you know, if the pricing all added up to the number he said it did and that sort of thing. I would have shared it with Dr. Yuzerowski, the intention of the work for him to ensure that it technically met the needs of the city.
Okay, and at the time, this is registrar, if you can just call out the paragraph at the end of the email at the top of page 74, just before paragraph 188. And at the time, did you know what UK highway reference levels referred to?
I would not have been aware of that specific document, no.
Okay, and do you recall if you discussed that in particular with Dr. Yuzerowski?
No, I do not recall.
And did you discuss that with anyone at the city?
No, I would not have discussed any aspect of this information from Leonard Taylor with anyone at the city.
And registrar, thank you. You can take down that call out. And if you could turn to leave up page 74 and also bring up page 75. You replied to Mr. Taylor the next day, noting that you would ensure the client is aware of the costs and let you know by end of today regarding go ahead. When you wrote this, did you anticipate that you directly would contact the city regarding cost, or would you have informed Dr. Yuzerowski, who would then discuss it with the city?
My intention would have been that I would share the information of Dr. Yuzerowski. Dr. Yuzerowski would speak to the city, and Dr. Yuzerowski would share with me the city's position or answer.
And registrar, if we can call up GOL 2648. So this is the next day, November 19th, 2013. You emailed Dr. Yuzerowski with what appears to be a draft email to Mr. Moore regarding the cost of the testing. Do you recall if you discussed this with Dr. Yuzerowski before drafting the email?
I do not specifically recall discussing it with him, but yes, in our typical practices, I likely would have verbally discussed it with him and then prepared it.
And prepared a draft email?
Yes.
And registrar, I believe we need to mark this document as the next exhibit, which I believe is 91.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Okay, and if we can go back to overview document 6, page 74. Thank you. So you emailed Mr. Taylor again on November 19th, 2013, this time regarding the additional crosswalk testing the city had requested. In your email, which is excerpted at paragraph 189, you referenced that Golder had access to a British pendulum. What did you mean by access to a British pendulum at this time?
The Center for Pavement and Transportation Technology at the University of Waterloo has a British pendulum. Golder often rented it from CPAT at the university if they had testing that they wanted to do with the British pendulum. So that would be the British pendulum I was referencing.
And to confirm, as I understand this portion of the friction testing, so the friction testing related to the crosswalks was not related to the RHVP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you know why it was added to this assignment instead of being requested separately?
No, I don't know specifically, other than the city was aware that this testing was being done and identified perhaps additional work could be relatively easily added on to the day's activities.
But you don't have a specific recollection of any discussion of why it was added on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And paragraph 190, Mr. Taylor replied, advising that the grip tester would need to be reconfigured for the testing, and that Tradewind's operator, Michael Hogarth, would assess whether it could be conducted that fall or another time in the spring. He also wrote at the bottom, as part of our report, we will be providing comparative values with other friction testing measuring equipment, including the British pendulum and scrim. Did you understand this reference, so that last sentence, to comparative values only to relate to the crosswalk testing, or did that also include the testing on the RHVPN link?
I don't recall my interpretation at that time.
Registrar, we can call up the next image. So image 75. At paragraph 191, Dr. Yuzerowski contacted Mr. Moore the same day, copying you, to advise him of the cost to conduct the friction testing and to prepare a short memo report. The email seems to be a slightly modified version of your draft that we just looked at. Mr. Moore approved the testing, copying various city staff members in his response, including Martin White, Rich Shabib, and Marco Odie. Had you dealt with any of those staff members regarding the Golder project prior to this email?
I do not recall if I had or had not.
Okay. Registrar, if you could leave this image up and also call out GOL 4450. Is this a note or a record of a telephone conversation that you made?
Yes.
Okay. And this reflects a call with Marco Odie, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of this call?
No, I do not. Do not recall the phone call.
Okay. And other than scheduling and making logistical arrangements, do you recall if you had any other discussions with Mr. Odie regarding this project or the RHVP more generally? Any substantive discussions?
I did not have any substantial discussions with him.
Okay. And registrar, I believe this needs to be marked, and I think we are at 92, exhibit 92.
Noted. Thank you, Council.
And do you recall, Dr. Henderson, if you had any subsequent conversations with Mr. Odie after the call on May 8th, 2013?
I do not recall.
Okay, and we see from the documents that you did correspond with some city staff members that were copied on Mr. Moore's email to coordinate the logistical arrangements. Do you recall if you discussed anything other than logistical arrangements with city staff members at this time? And to be clear, November of 2013?
No, I would have been only speaking with them regarding logistics.
And Commissioner, I see that we are just slightly past our 1 p.m. stop. I propose that this would be a good place to take the lunch.
That would be fine. We'll stand adjourned until 2:15.
And Registrar, if we could have an all council breakout room, that would be helpful. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Dr. Henderson, just before the break, we were discussing the correspondence on coordinating the logistical arrangements for the friction testing conducted in November of 2013. I understand that you were on site for the friction testing on November 20th, 2013 during the friction testing. Is that correct?
Yes, I was on site throughout the friction testing.
Okay. Registrar, can you please call out GOL 4441? And Dr. Henderson, are these your notes from the testing on November 20th?
Yes,
Okay. And there are a list of names towards the middle of the page there. Do you recall, other than those noted, if anyone from the city attended the testing?
no, I don't recall anyone else attending. To clarify, when we were actually doing the testing, it was myself and the Tradewind folks in the testing vehicle. So there wasn't anyone from the city with us per se doing the testing.
In the vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would have been you and Mr. Hogarth?
I can't recall if that is the person from Tradewind or not.
And do you recall if any problems arose during the testing of the RHVP and or the link?
No problems arose that I was made aware of.
And if there had been any problems, would it have been your practice to make reference to that in your notes?
If it was a problem noteworthy from my perspective, say an example would be if there was an equipment breakdown and we had to pause testing for 2 hours, I would have made a note of that for our reference.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can call up OD 6, page 78. And at paragraph 198, you'll see an exchange of messages. Mr. Hogarth emailed Mr. Taylor the day following the testing on November 21st, 2013. And just to be clear, you aren't copied on this testing, but I'd just like to ask you about one component. If you can just call out, Registrar, the indented text. Thank you. I believe it is the 4th line down. Mr. Hogarth wrote, Red Hill Valley Parkway is the pavement of concern. Would you have used that language or similar language to Tradewind or Mr. Hogarth?
I anticipate that what I would have said is the Red Hill Valley Parkway is the focus of this project or the focus of this assignment for a reference for Tradewind, with the reason being, if for some reason we get delayed, doing our field work, we need to make sure we get the Red Hill done.
Okay, so is it fair to say that any comments that you made would have been in terms of prioritizing the testing?
Yes, that's correct. That it would have been for prioritizing.
Okay. And did you consider the RHVP to be concerning?
No, I did not have any concerns with the Red Hill.
Okay. And did Mr. Hogarth ever express anything similar to you or give you an indication of the test results on site on November 20th?
No, when we were on site, I do not recall there being any discussion about the results that were being generated.
Registrar, if we can take that call out down and go to page 79. So at paragraph 202, it reflects that you emailed Mr. Taylor on December 3rd, thanking him for fitting the testing into Tradewind's schedule. You also asked for an estimate regarding receipt of the results. At this time, did you understand there to be any deadline or urgency for receipt of the results?
I do not recall if there was a specific deadline, but from the documentation, we've been looking at and so on, I gathered that it was probably understood that it was of interest to get the results sooner than later.
And do you recall if there was any particular reason for that?
No, I do not recall a particular reason being stated.
Registrar, if we can turn to page 83. At paragraph 16, you emailed Mr. Taylor again on January 7th, 2014, asking for the anticipated timeline for receiving the friction testing results. Did you have any discussions with Tradewind between December 3rd, which we just looked at, and this email on the 7th?
I do not recall if I had any conversations with them in between.
And you replied to Mr. Taylor writing, "The client was starting to bug me." What did you mean by this?
The intention of that statement was, we are getting pressure, which would have been, Ludimir was receiving pressure from the city for the results. So what was the timeline that Tradewind was going to be able to deliver them? Because we were starting to get pressure and the information was being requested from us.
Okay, and had you, had anybody from the city contacted you directly?
No, I did not hear from anyone at the city regarding this.
Okay, and do you recall what Dr. Yuzurowski conveyed to you regarding his discussions?
I do not recall our exact conversation, but I would anticipate that he had received pressure from the city. When could they have the results? And he was relaying that to me.
And did Dr. Yuzurowski provide any context or any explanation for the pressure that he was receiving?
I do not recall any context being provided with it.
And did Dr. Yuzurowski indicate who from the city in particular he was in contact with, who was requesting the results?
Yes, I understood it to be Gary Moore.
And Registrar, if we can go to the next image, please. Okay, so on the same day, on January 7th, you advised Dr. Yuzurowski that Tradewind was to provide the friction testing by the end of the following week. He replied to you saying, "Vimy, please get it from them ASAP and give them hell on my behalf. I have to call Gary and I am afraid he will ask me about it." Did you understand from Dr. Yuzurowski that the results were needed urgently at that time?
Yes. Following or aligning with the item we previously discussed, it was understood that the city was keen to get the results, or were looking for the results.
And what did you interpret Dr. Yuzurowski's direction to, quote, "give them hell" to mean?
Dr. Yuzurowski's comment was, was maybe equivalent to saying, try and do whatever you can to get the results as soon as you can.
Okay. And how did this direction affect what your next steps were, if at all?
I certainly would have tried to get the results as soon as I could from them following Dr. Yuzerowski's comment.
Okay. And I think you told me before that in context of your discussions prior to this email, that you did not have a sense of the context of why the results were being requested from the city. At this time, did you have an understanding of why Dr. Yuzerowski gave this direction? Had anything changed in your understanding?
No, my understanding remained the same in that I was not privy to any information from the city as to the need for the results so urgently.
Okay. Did Dr. Yuzerowski provide you with any additional information or context for why he wrote, "I have to call Gary and I am afraid he will ask me about it"?
No, there was not, I do not recall there being any further explanation than literally what is presented in that sentence.
Okay. And did Dr. Yuzerowski ever raise any concerns with you regarding his interactions with Mr. Moore?
No, I wouldn't not say there were any concerns. He did a variety of projects over the time I worked for him, for Gary Moore.
Okay. And did you have any direct contact with Mr. Moore?
I had limited interaction with Mr. Moore. In the documents, there might be an email or two where Gary has directed folks to speak with me or send me a PO. That was typically the extent of my interaction with Gary on these projects. And I would see Mr. Moore at industry events and so on.
Okay. And in terms of this project, you didn't have substantive or discussions that were substantive or technical with Mr. Moore, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I would not have had any technical discussions with Mr. Moore.
Okay. And you'll see at paragraph 220, you followed up with Mr. Taylor on January 14th, asking for the results. Was there a particular reason you were following up that day? Or were you simply following up on Mr. Taylor's statement from the week prior that he anticipated that the results would be complete by the end of that week?
I do not recall there being any particular reason to follow up with Mr. Taylor, aside from the timeline you referenced that he had noted results would be coming that week.
And registrar, if we can go to image 87 of OD6. Thank you. And in paragraphs 230 and 231, you'll see that Dr. Yuzerowski contacted Mr. Taylor directly on January 24th, sending 2 emails. I'll just give you a moment to look at the emails. Okay. And between your email on January 14th and Dr. Yuzerowski's emails on the 24th, had you discussed the timing of the testing results with Tradewin?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if you discussed the results with Dr. Yuzerowski?
Sorry, the results or the timing of
the receipt of the results?
the receipt of the results. I do not recall. I anticipate, given the apparent urgency, it was of discussion between us.
And the documents indicate that prior to this, you had been at Golder's primary, though not exclusive, contact with Tradewind. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. And in some of the documents, it highlighted that Rabia Rizvi had been helping with the coordination as well, I believe, when I had been traveling for another project. So I was the primary contact, but as you see, Dr. Yuzerowski spoke to them, as did Rabia Rizvi.
And to your recollection, before January 24th, 2014, had Dr. Yuzerowski communicated directly with Tradewind?
I do not recall if Dr. Yuzerowski had spoken directly with Tradewind prior to the email here for this project.
Okay, and would it be fair to view these emails as an escalation in the request for friction testing?
Yes, yes, it is common or sometimes more effective if the request comes from a second person or someone else. So that was likely the intent, to try and get a hold of these results.
Okay. And Dr. Yuzerowski wrote to Mr. Taylor that his client needed the friction testing results that morning. So the morning of January 24th, 2014. And in the second message, he wrote that his client needed a comparison of the friction numbers on the RHVP from 2007 and 2013. To your knowledge, did my client in Dr. Yuzerowski's emails refer to Mr. Moore?
No, I would interpret it as the city of Hamilton.
In the first message where Dr. Yuzerowski wrote, he needs the friction testing results. He has a meeting with the management. Would that have referred to Mr. Moore?
Yes, sorry. Yes, when it's referring to he specifically, that would be Mr. Moore.
Okay. And do you know why Mr. Moore needed the results? Were you told by Dr. Yuzerowski or anyone else that Mr. Moore had a management meeting?
No, I don't have any information about why he needed the results aside from the meeting mentioned in this email.
Okay. And registrar, you can take down that call out. And if you can open page 88 in addition to 87. So this starts at the bottom of page 87 at 232 and continues over to the next page. Dr. Yuzerowski emailed you forwarding a message he had received October 18th, 2006 from Chris Raymond at the MTO related to the MTO friction testing results from 2007. To the best of your recollection, is that the first time you saw that email and the MTO test data from 2007?
Yes. This email from Dr. Raymond was the first time I had seen this information.
Okay, and I think we spoke this morning. Was this the email that you were referring to of when you became aware that the MTO had conducted friction testing?
Sorry, may I just suggest that we go to the actual email since we're looking for this witness's recollection. I think that might be helpful.
Sure, I think that would be useful.
Thank
No
you.
problem. It is GOL 1096. Sorry. So this is the actually registrar, if you can close page 88. Perfect, thank you. So this is the forwarded email that you received on the 24th of January. Is this the email when you first became aware of the MTO friction testing, or were you aware that the MTO had conducted friction testing before you received this email?
This email is the first time I became aware that MTO had done friction testing.
And do you know why Dr. Yuzurowski forwarded you the message at this time?
No, not specifically, although we had received the results, or we were trying to receive the results of the recent testing at this time. So to bring it, sorry.
No, go ahead.
To bring it forward, because he would use it in his comparison.
He being Dr. Yuzurowski?
Dr. Yuzurowski, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And registrar, if you can leave this document up and also call out GOL 6463. So this is an email that is just over 20 minutes after you received the email from Dr. Yuzurowski. You emailed Dr. Yuzurowski with two of the same attachments, a description of the MTO testing and a table with the average friction numbers for each southbound lane and the friction number range. There's also an additional attachment, which is a 2009 paper titled Early Age Low Friction Problem of SMA in Ontario. Why did you send this to Dr. Yuzurowski?
I do not recall why I sent it to him. Reviewing the email, I anticipate he had asked me to draft it.
Okay. And did you prepare the summary of testing and the data included in the table?
I do not recall.
Okay. And why did you attach and refer to the 2009 paper? You know, that it was not attached to Dr. Yuzurowski's earlier email to you on the left.
I do not recall the specific discussions at this time. I would anticipate reading this, that this was a draft email he had asked me to prepare, that he perhaps was going to share with someone else. So he wanted the paper included as a reference.
Okay. And do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski provided the paper to you?
Yes, Dr. Yuzurowski would have provided it or highlighted to me that the paper existed and could I go find it, on the internet or something for him.
Right. So to confirm, you would have not independently found and included the paper yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct. That identification of the paper would have come from Dr. Yuzurowski.
Do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski asked you to prepare the email specifically for a draft for him to send to Mr. Moore?
I don't recall if that was the instruction or not, to prepare it for Dr. Moore or for Mr. Moore.
And just before we close out this document, I believe we need to mark it as an exhibit. So that's GOL 6463, and I believe that's exhibit 93.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Great. And registrar, you can close those down and open up the OD at image 88. And again, I'm happy to take you to the email itself, but you'll see at paragraph 233 that approximately an hour later, Dr. Yuzurowski sent Mr. Moore an email, which appears to include the content from the email we just looked at. Does this assist your recollection at all?
I don't recall. I gather you mean my recollection to the instructions to prepare the draft email.
Correct, thank you.
No problem. I don't recall getting the instructions, but based on what we have here, I gather that I was given the instructions. It's not something I would have prepared without direction from Dr. Yuzurowski.
Okay. And Dr. Yuzurowski's email, registrar, if we can call up image 89, so that we can have the full paragraph. Oh, sorry, both together, thank you. So underneath the table, there's additional content, which references Tradewin data. Are you aware of the source of the numbers included in the email?
No, I gather that I do not know the source.
And did you speak to Mr. Leonard Taylor, Mr. Rowan Taylor, or anyone else at Tradewin regarding the data?
No, I do not recall speaking to any of them regarding the data.
Okay. And based on your experience at the time, did you have an understanding of whether the numbers reported by the MTO and Tradewin were comparable or not?
No, at the time, I was not involved in the technical aspects and was not involved in interpreting them.
Okay. Okay, and if we can go to overview document 6, page 91. Okay, and actually, can we have 91 and 92 up, please? Okay, and on January 26th, 2014, Mr. Taylor sent you and Dr. Yuzurowski the final Tradewin report, which is his email is excerpted underneath paragraph 240. Aside from the email that I'm showing you, do you recall receiving the Tradewin report?
I do not specifically recall receiving that email and the report, but I know I did based on these emails.
Do you think you likely read it at the time you received it or shortly after?
I would have read the email at the time of receiving it.
Would you have read the report at that time as well?
Not likely.
Registrar, if we can call up GOL 1112. This is the email itself that was excerpted. Mr. Taylor wrote in his email, this is the second full paragraph, you will note that while the average grip number friction levels were generally uniform and comparable to or above the relevant reference levels on the Lincoln Valley Parkway, those from the Red Hill Valley Parkway were considerably below the reference levels and less consistent. Did this cause you any concern at the time?
No, I do not recall having a concerned reaction to the email.
Okay, and do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski expressed any concern related to the email or to the report at this time?
No, I do not recall what Dr. Yuzrowski's reaction was to the email or the report. My involvement at this time would have been to notify my primary involvement at this time, although I would have read the email, would have been to notify Dr. Yuzrowski that we have received the results and they're in his inbox for him.
Okay. And in terms of roles on the Golder project, would you have been responsible for reviewing and analyzing the information in the Tradewind report, or would this have been Dr. Yuzrowski's role and responsibility?
It would have been Dr. Yuzrowski's role to review and analyze the data.
Do you recall when you first read the report?
No, I do not recall exactly when I read it. I anticipate it wouldn't have been long after receiving it, but I don't recall exactly when I read it.
Would it have been before the draft Golder report was prepared and sent to the city on January 31st?
I would anticipate yes.
Registrar, we could go to overview document 6, page 93 and 94. Okay, and at paragraph 245, Dr. Yuzrowski emailed you along with some other colleagues at Golder, Michael Marr, Andrew Balasundaram, and Ms. Risby on January 27th, 2014. I'll just give you a moment to review the email. It's at the bottom of page 93 and the top of 94. Please let me know.
Yep, we can go ahead.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion on the friction test results with any of those copied on Dr. Yuzrowski's email?
No, I do not recall myself discussing the results with any of those folks on the email.
Okay, and do you recall if anyone expressed any concern regarding the Tradewind friction values?
I do not recall if there were responses and what they were.
Okay, and in the email, Dr. Yuzrowski referred to the difference in values between the RHVP and link. This is noted more than once in this email. Do you recall being involved in any discussions regarding the difference in values?
No, I do not recall specific discussions about it.
Okay. And did you have any concerns regarding the difference in values between the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway?
No, I don't recall having any concerns, but my involvement was limited at this point. My primary objective was to receive the results, and I was less involved in the interpretation.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can close those callouts. And if you could go to page 96. And on January 31st, 2014, Dr. Yuzrowski sent Mr. Moore, copying you and Ms. Risby, what he described as an updated draft report on the condition of the pavement on the RHVP 6 years after construction. For the purpose of this inquiry, we refer to this report as the Golder report. I'll just take you to a copy of the report itself. Registrar, if you can call up GOL 2981. Dr. Henderson, do you recall if you drafted any parts of this report?
I do not recall which parts I drafted, but I assume that I did draft some aspects of it. under the direction of Dr. Yuzurowski.
Okay, Registrar, and if you can go to the next image. Looking at the table of contents, are there any sections of the report that stand out to you as sections you drafted?
I don't recall specifically portions I would have. I don't recall specifically portions I drafted.
Okay. And would you have been responsible for drafting any part of Section 5 friction testing or Section 6 analysis and recommendations?
I may have physically typed them. I would not have developed the content.
In Dr. Yuzurowski's email, he referred to it as an updated draft report. Do you recall if there had been any prior draft reports to your knowledge sent to Mr. Moore?
I do not recall if there was or was not previous versions.
Okay, and why was the report sent in draft to Mr. Moore?
That is common practice at Golder and throughout the industry, at least, you know, in the ground engineering industry, to send reports or memos or other documents in draft to the client. It gives the client an opportunity to review it, discuss the findings with us. You know, there may be extra work added, there may be updates that need to be made, and it just gives an opportunity for everyone to review the document.
And does Golder or do you have a practice of reviewing draft reports with clients?
Typically, yes, we do, in that you would provide the draft report to the client and then follow up with them and discuss it, clarify, answer any questions, and you know, handle anything that arises from it.
What type of comments do you typically expect from a client?
It varies. It depends what the document involves. It's, you know, often there's not a lot of comments. The comments, you know, if it's a design report, a pavement design report, we might get a comment back that the owner, the municipality or the city has realized instead of the design for 20 years, they're wondering if we can do an additional design for 15 years. So comments like that, not necessarily changing the whole scope of the project, but, you know, something has changed a little bit on their side, and therefore, you know, can we maybe add this in or change this a little bit, that sort of thing.
Okay, and are there ever circumstances where you want to implement a client's comments?
Oh, yes. I mean, they are comments, and then we normally discuss them with them. Some, you know, some are easy things to implement, right? You know, I found a typo. Okay, yep, good, no problem. Some are ideas. They heard about a different rehabilitation treatment. You know, should we consider that? And we discuss it with them, and maybe that treatment's not suitable for that road. So we don't include that as an option. So certainly they're comments for discussion. They don't always get carried through. Sometimes they do.
Okay. And is it common for draft reports never to be finalized?
Again, it is project dependent and client dependent. Typical processes and methods are that the report gets finalized, but some clients never need an additional version, and you work within what your clients need, of course. So it is common practice to finalize reports or memos or whatever they may be, but on occasion, it does not happen.
On those occasions, would it be typical to document that a report is not being finalized in any way?
It depends. I would say it is projects. It really just depends on what happened, what the events of that particular project, what occurs, that needs to be documented. So it could go either way.
Okay. And do you recall discussing finalizing the Golder report with Dr. Uzarowski?
No, I do not recall having any discussions with him about finalizing it.
And did you ever sign a copy of the report?
I do not recall signing a copy of the report.
And did this project stay on your radar, so to speak, after the draft was provided to Mr. Moore on January 31st, 2014?
If I interpret the question correctly, the answer would be no. From my perspective and what I knew about the scope of the project, we had fulfilled it in the report that was provided. And although it said draft on it, it had addressed the entire scope that had been requested and could be finalized if or when requested by the city. So no, from my perspective, the work that had been requested had been completed.
Okay. And at any time, did you provide the Golder report to anyone at the city?
No, I would have only provided it to Dr. Uzarowski, and then he would have shared it from there.
Okay, Registrar, you can close that. So Dr. Henderson, I understand from the documents that Dr. Uzarowski spoke with Mr. Moore regarding the report on February 4th, 2014, and had an in-person meeting on February 7th, 2014. Did you participate in either discussion?
I did not participate in either discussion.
Okay. And Registrar, if you can take us to overview document 6, page 101. Okay, at paragraph 264, on February 12th, 2014, Mr. Chris Jacobson from the city emailed you asking for an update on the crosswalk testing. Did you provide him with the trade wind report at this time?
I did not share a trade wind report with anyone.
Okay, and do you recall if you ever discussed the trade wind report with Mr. Jacobson or anyone at the city?
No, I would not have discussed the trade wind report with anyone.
Okay, and Registrar, now turning to overview document 7, if you can take us to page 82. We are going to jump forward a bit in time to December 2015. At paragraph 257, you'll see that on December 17th, 2015, Dr. Uzarowski copied you on an email to Mr. Leonard Taylor, writing, I'll let you review the email.
Okay, so that's an email that Dr. Yuzurowski wrote. Is
Correct.
that the one we're looking at, 257? Sorry.
Correct. Yeah. Yes, that is an email from Dr. Yuzurowski to Leonard Taylor that you were copied on.
Okay.
Prior to receiving this email, had you discussed this with Dr. Yuzurowski?
I do not recall discussing it with Dr. Yuzurowski, but I don't know if we did or we did not.
Do you know why Dr. Yuzurowski was following up on the Tradewin report at this time?
No, I don't know why he was following up.
And between approximately February 2014 and this email in December 2015, had you had any ongoing work related to the Golder report or the Tradewin report?
I don't recall that there was any activity during that time.
Okay. And are you aware of any contact you or anyone else at Golder had with Mr. Leonard Taylor or Tradewin more generally regarding the Tradewin report?
No, I don't recall having any communication with Mr. Taylor. I don't know if anyone else did.
Okay. Registrar, can you also call up image 83, please? Okay, and at paragraph 258, which starts at the bottom of 82 and flows on to 83, you were copied on an email from Dr. Yuzurowski on December 23rd, 2015. Dr. Yuzurowski wrote, I had a phone call from Gary Moore from the city of Hamilton. Please go ahead with the inertial profiler scan on the RHVP. It would be great if we could do it between Christmas and the new year. I will then need a localized roughness analysis. I will have to tell them where to do the repairs and what repairs would be the best. We would definitely need the GPS coordinates. Dr. Yuzurowski mentioned a call with Mr. Moore. Were you involved in that call?
No, I was not involved.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the call or did the request for initial profiling relate in any way to the discussions with Mr. Taylor or regarding the Tradewin report?
I do not know if they were related or not.
Okay. And I understand that inertial profile testing was conducted in 2013 as part of the Golder project. Do you know why the city was requesting inertial profile testing again at this time?
No, I don't know the reason for the request.
Okay. And at paragraph 259, you replied the same day, so again, December 23rd, 2015, advising that you would meet Joe, who I take it to mean Joe Lynn from Golder, who was also copied on Dr. Yuzurowski's email. Is that correct?
I would assume that is the correct Joe, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if you ultimately attended this testing?
I do not recall.
Okay, and paragraph 261, Dr. Yuzurowski copied you on an email. This is January 25th, 2016. Writing, I will have a meeting with the city of Hamilton and need the profile of the Red Hill Valley ASAP. What is the soonest time I can get it? Do you have any knowledge of why the results were needed ASAP?
No, I don't know why that timeline was set.
Okay. And registrar, if we can go to page 113. Okay, and at paragraph 361, Dr. Yuzurowski emailed Mr. Taylor on February 19th, 2016, and to confirm you are not copied on this email.
Sorry, may I just note that the witness seems to be struggling to see this?
You can absolutely call that out. Could you please call out registrar paragraph 361? Glenn.
Just so that you know, Ms. Leclerc, Dr. Henderson is in one of our offices, and she does not have the finest screen that we have in this office that we've managed to cobble together. So if we could
I
call
will call things out.
Thank you.
I will. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is the text of the email. If you could actually call out the paragraph in addition, that would be helpful, Registrar. Thank you. And again, you aren't copied on this email, but to your knowledge, were there any discussions between Golder and Tradewind between Dr. Yuzurowski's original email on December 17th, 2015, and this email on February 19th, 2016?
No, I do not recall any related discussions.
You can close that call out, and if you could open up page 114 in addition to 113, which is already up. Perfect. And if you can call out paragraph 362. Okay, and you are also not copied on Mr. Taylor's response. Do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski made you aware of this response or attachment from Mr. Taylor?
No, I do not recall being involved in any discussions related to this email.
Okay, and were you involved or made aware of any subsequent emails between Dr. Yuzurowski and Mr. Taylor on February 22nd, 2016?
No.
Okay. Registrar, you can take those down. If you can open up page 85. Okay, and at paragraph 267, there's a transcription of Dr. Yuzurowski's notebook, which included a note that said Gary Moore, RR-LU-VH. Am I correct that the initials refer to Rabia Rizvi, Ludmir Yuzurowski, and Femi Henderson, respectively?
Yes, they do.
And I recognize that this isn't your note, but do you recall if this reflects a meeting or a discussion with Mr. Moore?
No, I don't know what that note is in regards to.
Okay, and did you have any meetings or calls with Mr. Moore regarding this assignment being the inertial profile testing?
No, I did not.
And at this time in February 2016, did you have any concerns regarding the safety or condition of the RHVP?
No, I did not have any concerns about the RHVP.
Did Dr. Yuzurowski express any concern to you regarding the safety or condition of the RHVP?
No, I do not recall him expressing any concerns.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see that we are a few minutes away from the afternoon break, and I am about to move to a different topic. Suppose this might be a good time for the afternoon break.
Okay, let's then adjourn until 3:30.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Okay, so I'd like to move forward a bit in time to November 2017. Registrar, if you can call up overview document 8, pages 17 and 18. Thank you. And at paragraph 40 and 41, you'll see you received a draft proposal for a project titled Evaluation of Pavement Surface Skid Resistance, Red Hill Valley Parkway from Ms. Risby. For the purpose of the inquiry, we refer to the project as the 2017 Golder Pavement Evaluation. So if I refer to it that way, I'm referring to work flowing from this proposal. Were you involved in drafting the proposal?
Is it possible to pull up the proposal?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No problem. GOL 5925.
Please.
This is the draft proposal that Ms. Risby sent. That assists refreshing.
Yep. And yes, I don't recall specifically writing it, but I do believe I am a signee on it on the next page. Am I?
Registrar, if you can.
So I certainly would have assisted in it.
Okay, and do you recall if you discussed the proposal with Ms. Risby or Dr. Uzarowski before you received it?
I do not recall the discussion, but I anticipate that we did discuss it.
And Registrar, can you actually put both images for the proposal up? Thank you. And what was the origin of this proposal to your knowledge?
I'm sorry, I don't necessarily understand. Do you mean where did the request come from for the proposal, or who initially drafted it?
More the former. So whose idea was it to do cores, bridge pendulum testing, polished stone value testing, and to have Golder prepare a proposal about it? Where did the idea for this assignment originate?
Sure. The idea for the assignment would have come from either directly from Gary Moore or from discussions between Dr. Uzarowski and Gary Moore.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the assignment and of the specific tests contemplated therein?
At this point, we were gaining further information about the surface layer of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
For what purpose were you gaining additional information to your knowledge?
I believe at this point, we had started into the discussion of possibly doing hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was this project intended to determine the current skid resistance qualities and relatedly current safety of the RHVP surface? Or was it related to the concept of hot in place recycling to resurface the RHVP, or both?
It would not have been related to safety. Safety engineering is outside of what we do, or it's not a service we, being Ludimir and Rabia and I, provide with our pavement engineering. So I gather the intention was to understand more about the current surface of the highway and how it would behave if we were to move forward with a hot in place recycling treatment.
And Registrar, if you can go back to overview document 8, page 18. And you can take down the, thank you. At paragraph 43, you'll see that Dr. Uzarowski sent a draft of the proposal to Mr. Moore on November 22nd, 2017. And this draft is revised from the one that we just looked at. I know that you are not copied on this email, but at this time, were you aware that Dr. Uzarowski had revised the proposal?
I do not recall if I was aware that he had revised it.
Okay. And Registrar, can you also call up paragraph 40, or sorry, page 19? Perfect. And at paragraph 44, we've outlined some of the revisions between the draft that Ms. Risby sent and the draft provided to Mr. Moore on the 22nd. Registrar, if you can just call out 44. Okay, so in addition to the excerpted text, which shows the track changes effectively between the two proposals, the title of the proposal also changed. Do you know why Dr. Uzarowski made these revisions?
No, I do not know why he revised it.
Okay, and the title of the project changed from evaluation of pavement surface skid resistance to evaluation of pavement surface and aggregates. To your knowledge, was this change intended to reflect a change in purpose of the project?
No, I do not know the purpose of changing the title. Dr. Uzarowski would have been in communication with Mr. Moore as to what he needed from this proposal, or from the proposal and then this project. So I anticipate that revisions were simply to reflect what Dr. Uzarowski felt the city and Mr. Moore were looking for.
And to confirm, you don't have a specific recollection of any such discussions occurring?
That is correct. I do not recall discussing this with Dr. Uzarowski.
And do you recall whether Dr. Uzarowski had any discussions with Mr. Moore about the proposal? Or were you just saying in typical practice that would be the case?
I do not recall an exact discussion. Dr. Uzarowski would have had it with Mr. Moore, but I can confirm that he would have had a discussion in order to develop a need to write this proposal. He wouldn't have just taken it upon himself to write this proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. If you can close that and take us to page 20. Okay, and Dr. Uzarowski provided the final signed proposal to Mr. Moore on November 24th, 2017. You are one of two signatories with Dr. Uzarowski. I'm happy to take you to it, but I can tell you that the proposal reverted to the original language from Ms. Risby's draft from November 22nd that we looked at a moment ago. Are you aware of why the proposal reverted to the original draft?
I do not recall why the original draft was sent.
Do you recall any discussions about whether to finalize the original draft or the revised draft?
I do not recall any discussions or related discussions to the drafts and which would be finalized.
And did the language change either way affect what Golder was going to do and did do?
I do not believe that it substantially changed our scope and deliverables for the project.
And did you have any technical or substantive role in this assignment, or was your role the same as you've described today for the other Golder projects we've discussed?
My role was, as discussed, in a project management and coordination capacity.
Okay, so you did not have a technical or substantive component to your role?
You are correct. I did not have a technical component to this project.
Registrar, if we can go to page 27 of overview document 8. So I understand that the testing for the Golder pavement evaluation occurred overnight on December 6th to 7th, 2017. Is that correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if you attended the testing?
I do not recall being on site for this testing.
May I suggest that we go, sorry. Sorry. May I suggest that we go to the notes because that will clarify, I think, the evidence on this point?
Sure. I believe that's GOL 1457, or at least that's one page of the notes. We could rotate that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson, does this, are these your notes from the testing?
No, those are not my notes, and I was not on site during this activity.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close that out. Registrar, if you can take us to page 30. You can call out paragraph 73. So I'd like to ask you about this email sent by Ms. Risby. At the outset, I want to be clear that you aren't copied on this email. In the email, Ms. Risby wrote, "Is there any way it can be started the week of January 2? I hate to be a pain, but the aggregates then have to be shipped to Ireland, and the testing there will take another couple of weeks. The client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road and would like an answer before further issues arise. Please let me know if that will be possible. Also, how long do you think the extraction will take?" Did Ms. Risby ever use language similar to "the client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road" with you?
No, she did not.
Did Dr. Uzarowski or anyone else at Golder ever tell you something similar to "the client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road"?
No, that comment was never made at Golder, within Golder.
To your knowledge, that comment was not.
That I was privileged to, correct.
Did you have any concerns with the safety or condition of the RHVP at this time?
No, I did not have any concerns with the Red Hill.
Did anyone at Golder express to you at this time or at any time that they had such concerns?
No, no one brought concerns to my attention regarding the Red Hill.
Okay. And did anyone at the city ever express to you that they faced an urgent safety issue with the RHVP?
No, no one at the city brought up any safety concerns with me regarding the Red Hill.
Thank you. Okay, Registrar, you can close that out. And if we can go to page 66. Okay, at paragraph 81, you'll see that the PSV results were received from Test Consult in Ireland on February 15th, 2018. I take it from your answer that you did not have a technical component on this project, that you were not involved in reviewing or analyzing the PSV results. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I had very limited involvement in this project, acting only as the project manager, not working on any technical components.
And does your answer remain the same with respect to the British pendulum testing and the measured texture depth results?
Yes, that is correct. My involvement remains the same. There was no technical involvement.
Thank you. Registrar, can you take us to page 78, please? If you can call out paragraph 214. Thank you. So you received an email on March 14th, 2018 from Dr. Uzarowski regarding a meeting he had with the city on March 9th, 2018. I'll let you review the content. Just please let me know when you can continue.
I just have to move my gallery. Sorry. Yes, we can move ahead.
Did you attend this meeting on March 9th, 2018?
No, I did not attend the meeting.
Okay. And prior to receiving this email on the 14th of March, did you have any discussions with Dr. Uzarowski regarding the meeting on the 9th?
There was some discussion of some frustration with none of the proposed suggestions being carried forward.
When you say frustration, who was frustrated?
Dr. Uzarowski expressed that he had made multiple suggestions of different treatments, such as, you know, in this email, it talks about the skid abrader of a shot blasting, and it had been made on more than one occasion, and it had not been implemented.
And did Dr. Uzarowski provide any information in those discussions or that discussion on when those recommendations had been made?
It was more of a general discussion that he had brought forward different solutions that had not been implemented.
And when you say solutions, did Dr. Uzarowski express to you that he was concerned that the solutions had not been implemented?
No, not concerned, but frustrated. The Red Hill Valley Parkway is a unique highway in that it's a unique pavement structure. It's a perpetual pavement, which is a significant investment. It's a more significant investment than when we build a typical highway. And it was wonderful that we the province, we the industry, had the opportunity to construct it. And now Dr. Uzarowski was bringing forward some maintenance suggestions, just like buying a very expensive car and your mechanic saying, you have such a nice car, you know, you should maintain it. You should do the oil change right on schedule so you get the best possible performance out of it. And so he was making those suggestions and they weren't being implemented. So that was, for us that really like pavement and get excited about pavement, there was a frustration to that.
Okay. And in Dr. Uzarowski's email, it is the third paragraph about midway through. He wrote, sorry, I'm losing where. He said, I then recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting, at least the worst areas indicated in Tradewind's scientific report, to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing. Did you understand that comment to be of the same nature relating to maintenance of the roadway?
Yes, that the roadway, there were ways to improve the condition of the roadway without, having to reconstruct it or something. There were relatively simple, straightforward, efficient treatments that could be done that would make it even better than it was.
And at the time, to your knowledge, did Dr. Ruzarowski or did anyone at Golder express any concerns with the safety resulting from the concerns regarding the condition of the pavement?
No, we did not express concerns about the safety, but safety is outside of our areas of expertise.
Do you know why you received this email? Was he looking for your input and opinion regarding the feasibility of hot in place on SMA?
No, I doubt that he was looking for my input specifically to this email. Dr. Uzarowski often included myself and Ms. Risby on communication for a few reasons. He is a wonderful, okay, not to take it way off track, but he's a great mentor and is very good at teaching people and advancing their careers. So he would encourage us to be involved and want us to see the discussions that were happening on various projects. So we were aware. Secondly, we worked very closely together, the three of us. So, by including us, then if someone was looking for the email in 2 weeks and they couldn't find it, probably one of the three of us could find it.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, so around March 2018, did you expect that Golder would prepare and provide a report related to the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation to the city?
I do not recall having a particular idea about that at this time.
Sorry, Commissioner, I know there was a draft that was prepared.
And
Yes.
an earlier draft in December, is that correct? Is that
Uh,
Well, why don't we just let the questioning proceed for a moment? I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm conscious that if we can help the witness by going to a document, that might be useful since she's
Right.
being, so it's less of a memory test than otherwise it might be. I think that might be.
I mean, I think that's fair, but I'm not sure that we're at a question yet where there's a memory test about any report.
Thank you.
Ms. Claire?
I'm happy to take Dr. Henderson to a draft report. My question was rather in March of 2018, if Dr. Henderson was involved in any discussions relating to preparing and providing a draft report to the city at that time.
I do not recall being in any discussions specifically related to a report for this work.
Incorrect reference. So I'm just trying to pull up the correct document. If you will give me 1 minute. Registrar, if you can take us to overview document 8, page 88 and 89. This is moving forward just about a month to April 10th, 2018. You emailed a series of your colleagues at Golder, and in your email, you wrote that the city of Hamilton wants to try a pavement rehabilitation method, hot in place recycling in a new application. And also further, this idea has been driven by the city and not by Golder. At this time, was it your understanding that it was the city who was interested in using hot in place recycling to resurface the RHVP?
Yes, it was Gary Moore who had highlighted the idea to Ludimir that he'd like to consider hot in place recycling on the Red Hill.
And did you come to have this understanding through Dr. Uzarowski or through the city directly?
No, I learned it from Dr. Uzarowski.
Okay. And at this time, is the project you're referring to in your email separate from what I've been referring to as the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation that we've been discussing?
Yes, it was for work that had been brought for, the idea for work that had been brought forward by the city and Golder, being Dr. Uzarowski, and the city had started discussing it as a potential project in the future.
Okay, and in your email, you raised the question of whether the project needed to go through what you refer to as the risk committee. Why did you raise this at this time?
The project was not conventional. It had a research component to it, and it was looking at a treatment that we were not routinely doing in Ontario. And it was also looking at using SMA, stone mastic asphalt. And the professional within the industry that's the leader, or the main person you think of being Pat Wiley, had identified maybe it will be challenging with SMA, or that it hadn't been done with SMA a great deal. So with all those considerations, and because we now have this risk committee at Golder that was, a group that we heard about more often, I would say, I brought the question forward. Are we happy moving forward with this work, or does it need to go through the risk committee, and so on?
Thank you. Registrar, if you can take us to overview document 9, page 23. And you can close out the, thank you. So at paragraph 51, you'll see that Dr. Uzarowski emailed Michael Beck at the city, copying you, attaching Golder's proposal titled Hot in Place Recycling Suitability Study. You are also a co-signatory to this project. How did this project and this proposal relate, if at all, to the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation, which, as we discussed, had a component that also related to hot in place recycling?
Yes, the findings of the 2017 project, or the data gained in the 2017 project, would factor into some of the considerations and discussions that were anticipated to occur in this project.
And do you know how the data was in fact factored in? Were you involved with any of that analysis?
No, I was not. And I anticipate it may have been factored in more once I left Golder.
Registrar, if you can take us to page 39. And I'm looking at paragraph 95. I can call it out if helpful, but sure, thank you. So I understand that samples were removed from the RHVP for the hot in place recycling suitability study on July 22nd, 2018 and August 19th, 2018 for the southbound and northbound lanes respectively. I note that this paragraph refers only to the southbound lanes in July. Do you recall if those dates, July 22nd and August 19th, are correct?
No, I don't know if those are the exact dates or not. It was the summer of 2018, but I don't know.
Do you recall if you attended on site on either occasion?
I definitely was on site at least one night. I may have been on site both nights. I can't recall that, but I was for sure there one night.
Okay, Registrar, can you call up GOL 1509? Please rotate that as well. And are these your notes from July 22nd?
Yep.
And would that indicate that you were on site?
Yes, yes, this would have been my notes from on site, yes.
And what was your role when on site?
I was on site to make note of the samples we were taking, because the samples, you know, were part of our investigation. So I was there basically to do exactly what we see in these notes, and that is to make notes and records of where the slabs were located, you know, how big they were for our reference at Golder as we moved ahead with the project.
Okay. And do you recall if anyone else from Golder was present on site on July 22nd?
I do not remember if there was anyone else from Golder.
Do you recall who from the city was present on site on July 22nd?
I gather, and I do recall that Mike Beck was on site that night.
And do you think at the bottom of this note, it says Vimy email Mike with PMS data can show performance?
With preventative maintenance.
Thank you.
Yep.
Would Mike in that sentence refer to Mike Beck?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were on site, did you discuss the Golder report and or the Tradewind report with Mike Beck or anyone else from the city?
No, I would not have discussed that with anyone.
And what data does that note at the bottom of the page that we just discussed refer to?
I can't say exactly what data it is, but that is a general concept within pavement engineering. Just talking about doing preventive maintenance and how you save money, you know, in the whole life cycle of a pavement, just like doing these oil changes, and the performance you get from your pavement over time. So I can't say for sure exactly what I was thinking I would send him, but from that, I expect it was kind of a generic plot that we use to explain that concept to someone that's not as involved in pavement engineering or asset management.
Is it possible that this note refers to the Golder report?
No, it would not. That would not have anything to do with any of the reports we had written at Golder for Hamilton.
And Did you discuss anything with Mr. Beck and or Dr. Uzarowski after the site testing or apart from the site testing that would have prompted Dr. Uzarowski to send the Tradewin report to Mr. Beck?
Not that I recall, no. I wouldn't have discussed anything.
And to your knowledge, do you know if Mr. Beck had seen the report prior to August 27th, 2018?
No, I don't know who within the city had seen the report.
I'll take you to page 53 and 54, registrar, if you can call those up.
Sorry, Council, of this document or the OD document?
The OD. Thank you. OD9 to be clear. Thank you. And we can see at paragraphs 126 and 127 that Dr. Uzarowski, copying you, sent Mr. Beck a copy of the Tradewin report on August 27th, 2018, writing, as requested, please find attached the 2014 report on friction on RHVP in the link prepared by Tradewin Scientific. I anticipate that Mr. Beck will tell us that the subject came up during testing in 2018 and that you advised him you would send him a copy of the report. I want to ensure I understand your evidence correctly. Is that you do not recall either way whether you discussed prior test results on the RHVP with Mr. Beck in August 2018, or is it that you remember that you did not have such a discussion?
I would not have brought up the report unless it was brought up by Mr. Beck, by Mr. Beck at the time. I do not recall if we discussed it that night.
Okay, so it is possible that you do not recall discussing either on July 22nd or August 19th.
That is correct. It's possible that it was discussed. It is not a subject I would have brought up as it was work we had done for Gary Moore.
Okay. And just so that I'm clear, I took you to your notes for July 22nd, 2018. I don't believe we have similar notes from August 19th, 2018. But I take it that you do not recall whether or not you attended a second time on the 19th of August. Is that correct?
That is correct. I do not recall if I was on site on the August evening or not. I may or may not have been.
Thank you. Okay, and in context of Dr. Uzarowski's August 27th email to Mr. Beck copying you, do you know what Dr. Uzarowski was referring to in writing as requested?
No, I don't know what he was specifically referring to. I gather from that he did receive a request to send the report. He didn't take it upon himself just to distribute it.
But you have no specific knowledge of such a request being received by Dr. Uzarowski or anyone at Golder, is that correct?
That is correct. I don't know where the request was or what the request was.
Okay. And did you discuss this with Dr. Uzarowski after receiving this email?
I do not recall discussing it with him.
And at any time, did he provide you an explanation for why he sent this?
I do not recall if we had any discussions about that email or why it was sent.
Okay. Before your departure from Golder, which, as I understand, was in September 2018, did you at any time have views or concerns regarding the safety of the RHVP?
No, I did not have any concerns with the Red Hill.
And other than, is there anything other than what we've discussed today? Do you recall this ever being a topic of conversation at Golder?
No, it was, I do not recall it being a topic of conversation.
Commissioner, those are my questions.
Mhm.
I understand that counsel for the city have some questions for Dr. Henderson.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Commission Counsel. Just to take a few minutes of Dr. Henderson's time this afternoon, shouldn't be long at all. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson, I want to ask you just a little more about your involvement with the friction testing on the Red Hill. And I understand from your testimony today that at that time you had limited experience in friction testing and analysis and were not familiar with friction testing equipment generally. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And when the city requested friction testing, if I understand correctly, you ended up contacting Stephen Lee at the MTO at Dr. Yuzerowski's suggestion, correct?
Yes, you are correct. Yep.
Okay. And the MTO couldn't accommodate your friction testing request at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm happy to put up the email exchange again if you'd like to see it. But if you recall, Mr. Lee suggested to you that you could contact ARA, which has the same equipment as the MTO. You recall that?
Yes, I saw that in the emails we've reviewed. Yes.
Great. And I believe you've told us that you don't recall whether or not you did contact ARA after Mr. Lee made that suggestion.
That is correct. I don't recall if we reached out to ARA or not.
Okay, but I take it you were familiar with ARA at the time.
Yes, yes, I know of the company Applied Research Associates. Yes.
Okay, and they're a scientific research and engineering company, if I can describe them that way. Is that accurate?
Yes, they're an engineering consulting firm throughout North America. They do all types, a wide variety of work, but one area they work in is certainly pavement and materials, engineering and non-destructive testing, and similar work to what Ludemer and Rabia and myself were doing.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then there's some overlap in the consulting services that are offered by ARA and those offered by Golder. And you and Dr. Yuzerowski and Ms. Rizvi in particular.
Yes, that is correct. We certainly offered many of the same services.
Okay, so ARA was a competitor of Golder with respect to those services.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then after receiving Dr. Lee's response, I understand that Dr. Yuzerowski then directed you to contact Tradewin Scientific?
That's right. I would have shared the response with Dr. Yuzerowski, and we would have discussed next steps, and communicating with Tradewin occurred after that.
Okay, and then I believe you told us that with respect to the deciding what friction testing equipment to be used, that's not a decision you were responsible for making, correct?
That's right. I would not have been responsible for identifying a suitable or unsuitable type of equipment.
Okay, and would it have been Dr. Yuzerowski that made the decision as to the type of equipment to be used?
Yes, it would have been Dr. Yuzerowski it was Dr. Yuzerowski that directed me to Tradewin, and so it would have been him that deemed that to be a suitable option.
Okay, so your understanding was that Dr. Yuzerowski considered the grip tester that was used by Tradewin Scientific to be a suitable option.
My understanding at that time when we were doing the work was that Dr. Yuzerowski considered Tradewin to be a suitable provider for the testing.
Okay, and I know you've told us you didn't really have expertise in friction testing equipment at the time, but were you aware that Tradewin Scientific would be using a grip tester to perform the testing?
It was not, it may have been shared with me in the emails. It was not a detail that stood out to me.
Okay, and I take it that Dr. Yuzarowski didn't tell you at that time that the MTO had used a different type of equipment when it had conducted friction testing on the Red Hill?
That's correct. I did not have, well, two things. As we discussed today, at that time, I was not yet aware that other testing had been done.
Okay.
By MTO in the past.
Okay. So given that you weren't aware of the testing, then that would mean that, you know, as part of that lack of awareness, you wouldn't have known the type of equipment that had been used for the previous testing.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can we go to OD6, please? Images 73 and 74. And Dr. Henderson, once we get this up, you'll see this is an email from Leonard Taylor of Tradewin to you. And Commission Counsel asked you some questions about this earlier, but I just have one additional question. So if we look at the text of the email that spans those 2 pages in paragraph 187, I'm looking in particular at the top of page 74. And if we could perhaps just call out that last little extract. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And Commission Counsel took you through this earlier. And here we see Mr. Taylor says that the standard grip tester test speed for highway surveys in order to allow direct comparison with established UK highway reference levels is 50 kilometers per hour. And I believe you told Commission Counsel earlier with respect to this reference here to the UK highway reference levels that you didn't know what document was being referenced here. Is that right?
That is correct. I don't know the document in terms of, I couldn't recite it to you. I have an appreciation for what the document probably involves.
Okay. And as part of that appreciation, I think you understood that Tradewin was proposing that the friction testing be conducted in a way that so it could be compared to some friction reference that's from the UK.
Yes, that the testing based on, okay, I don't recall this conversation, but based on what we see in this email, I understand that that is the reference that the results could be compared to.
Okay.
Which, although I didn't have a great deal of experience with friction testing at the time, I did know enough about project specifications for pavements to know that we in Ontario do not have a specification that we reference day to day on an every project basis, as we do for some other properties about our pavements.
Okay, and you actually anticipated my next question, which was, I think you understood from this that Tradewin wasn't referencing any sort of Ontario standard, and you've told me now that you're aware that there was not, in fact, an Ontario standard that could be referenced. Is that right?
It's certainly not. It's not a reference we use regularly. MTO may have some guidance. But, you know, for some of our pavement properties and parameters, we have parameters, or we have, you know, thresholds that we are comparing pavements to all the time.
Okay, but I take it at the time you weren't aware specifically of any sort of pavement guidelines with respect to friction standard from the MTO.
That is correct.
Okay. And if I understand your evidence correctly, you didn't have any concerns regarding the safety or condition of the Red Hill Valley Parkway at any time while you were at Golder.
That is correct. I did not have any concerns about the Red Hill while I was at Golder.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, not to repeat myself, but safety analysis and safety engineering is not what I do. So to comment on, a safety analysis, I can't provide that. But I did not have any concerns while I was at Golder about the Red Hill.
Okay, thank you. And you do not recall Dr. Yuzurowski expressing any concerns regarding their safety or the condition of the Red Hill Valley Parkway at any way either. At any time either, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I take it that means that you didn't have any concerns specifically regarding friction levels and any impact they might have on safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes, that is correct. I didn't have concerns about friction, but also any other concerns about cracking or, concerns as a whole. I did not, based on what I was involved in, my involvement, I did not have concerns.
Okay. And just to sort of close the loop on that, you don't recall Dr. Yuzurowski expressing any concerns regarding the friction levels and any safety impact on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recall Dr. Yuzurowski and I having any discussions about concerns or safety concerns. He may have had concerns that were not shared with me.
Okay. And in addition to any, lack of discussions, I take it there were no emails or sort of written communications that express any such concerns about friction and safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway from Dr. Yuzurowski.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
I believe counsel for the MTO said that they do not have any questions. If Mr.
MTO has no questions?
could confirm.
That's correct. I don't have any questions for Dr. Henderson.
And I believe counsel for Dufferin may have had a few questions, but I leave that to Mr. Buck.
That's correct. I have very few questions.
Okay. We normally terminate at 4:30. Do your questions, are they likely to go beyond that?
I think we can probably be done before 4:30, Commissioner.
Then let's proceed, Mr. Buck.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henderson. I'm Chris Buck. I'm counsel for Dufferin. I just want to ask a couple of questions about the location of the testing carried out by Tradewind Scientific. If we can have, if Mr. Registrar, can you bring up Golder 4441? These are your notes, Dr. Henderson, that you took on November 20th, 2013. And if we can go to image 2. And if you could, can you call out from where it says ramps down through number 10, where it says Stone Church off ramp? And what I'd like, Dr. Henderson, is for you to help us understand some of the notes here that you've written. I believe that numbers 8, 9, and 10 are the ramps that appear to be recorded in the Tradewind report. But can you help? I just want to be very clear with the location of these ramps. So the first number 8 says Green Hill off ramp WB. I'm assuming that stands for westbound. Is that correct?
Yes, WB would be westbound, yes.
and 400 meters is pretty self-explanatory. And then the note after that, can you explain what that note means?
Yes. So what that says is pavement may have changed. Changed, yeah. So so meaning that visually, as I was driving on the road, you could see, you must have been able to see a transverse joint somewhere. And so the pavement initially looked one way, you know, let's call it dark gray. And then after this point, it was light gray. I don't know if that's the case, but there was some visual change. So that's what my note is. And the note below it, pavement change of 260 meters, is indicating that the material we were testing, we may have tested two different materials based on what I visually saw that day.
Okay. And that would be for, if the pavement was a different color, that might indicate that it was a different mix, or it was installed at a different time.
You're right.
What could be a good explanation for that?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yes, so two scenarios. You're right. It might be all the same mix, but well, it might, three scenarios might be all the same mix, but from different truckloads that you know, had some sort of differences between the loads. So there's a visual difference. It might be that we paved one day and we came back and there's a very apparent construction joint. Or more likely, based on my note, I would expect the material actually did change. So there was one type of material that was the same as what was on the main lines of the Red Hill, and then it changed and it was a different mix after that point.
And I guess depending on whether on the off ramp, it would be similar material to the main line at first and then changed somewhere along that as you travel off the main line, and the reverse on the on ramp.
Yes, you are correct. Exactly. So if it's not all consistent with the main line, then the situation you just presented is the most likely scenario. And
finally, on number 10 at the bottom, where it says Stone Church off ramp, the note there says all RHVP. What would that indicate?
I would anticipate that I meant that the pavement was consistent the whole way, consistent with the main lines of the Red Hill.
So but no change. It was uniform for that entire 400-meter stretch.
Yeah. So I would anticipate, and I would have to look back at the map. It would either mean that, or it would mean that the entire ramp was, it never branched off from the main line in those 400 meters.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's just still running parallel. So one of those two scenarios.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Commissioner, I understand Counsel for Golder, Ms. Roberts, estimates 10 minutes or less for her examination. I do note the time, but I propose, subject to your direction, that
We run over 10 minutes.
I'm in.
Okay, Ms. Roberts, if that's your estimate.
Yes, thank you. And if we might, I'd be grateful. Dr. Henderson does not live within the city, so I
Right.
don't want to bring her back if we can possibly avoid it. With your indulgence, may I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Henderson, I only have a few questions. So let me just begin with one. You were asked whether it was Golder's practice to review draft reports with clients and gave evidence on that. Was it, do you recall whether it was Dr. Uzarowski's practice specifically with City of Hamilton to review draft reports?
Yes, Dr. Uzarowski worked very closely with City of Hamilton and would certainly review any deliverable and typically go and review it in person with the city.
Thank you. Next question, we talked a little bit, you talked a little bit in your testimony about maintenance. Registrar, could you please pull up Golder 2981, image 11? Actually, let's go to the first page first, and then we'll go to image 11. So this is the Golder report, the 6-year review. And I'd like please to turn to image 11. Where the draft, so can we go to the next page? I've got the wrong page. No, back, please. Must be 10. Analysis and recommendations, section 6. Thank you. Pull that out. So these are the recommendations made as part of the Golder report, and they provide for remedial work for the Red Hill, including let me see if I can find it. The top-down cracking, this they're recommending a shave and pave, repair of cracking, and then microsurfacing. That's right. Yeah, the mill and patch. Do you see that? And I think we need to go to the next page.
It's here kind of at the end, I think, of oh, okay, this is talking about the life cycle cost analysis. Sorry.
What are we talking about? Yeah. Can we go to the next page, please? And can you please call it out? There we are. Now I've got it. Thank you. There, in order, so beginning, in order to remedy the longitudinal top-down cracking, it's recommended that the surface course SMA be milled and paved and a new surface course be placed in certain locations. At a minimum, the milling and overlaying should be carried out on sections where the most frequent top-down cracking is observed. Based on our pavement visual condition inspection, the minimum total length of the mill and overlay required will be about 2.5 kilometers. And then it talks about where that will be. The remaining portion, the existing cracks in the surface course, should be routed and sealed to prevent ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. Following routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. By carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of the relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. We talked about the remedial work. What's your expectation if the remedial work proposed here is not carried out?
So if you don't carry out treatments such as those noted here, the pavement is going to continue to deteriorate. And at this point, treatments, right, you know, at the time of writing this report, treatments can be done that are going to improve the condition of the pavement and keep it in very good condition at limited cost. If you don't do this type of work, mill and overlay and so on, the deterioration rate is going to increase. And so meaning that the condition of your pavement is going to decrease faster. And then repairing it is going to be much more expensive. And it's not going to be as good a quality pavement for the users as if we did these small amounts of maintenance now. So, you know, the comparison is the same to any infrastructure, your house, your car. You know, it's the regular maintenance keeps it running in a very good condition. You know, the oil changes and so on. Yeah, sure, you can skip them and not do them, and it's going to keep running for a while, but the problem you cause is going to be a bigger one. So it ties a little bit into what I talked about at the beginning, that, you know, this road has a lot of traffic on it. And that's even what we talk about right in this chapter. And before this point is it has had a lot more traffic on it than predicted. And it has a lot of users on it. So, you know, these are treatments that could be done efficiently and would keep it in a better condition for all those users.
Thank you. And do you have experience with microsurfacing in your practice?
Yes, yeah, we have done microsurfacing in the past.
And what is your experience with the application of microsurfacing?
It can be a very good treatment. Certainly, everything has to be used at the right place and the right time, but this would be a suitable application for it.
Thank you. And is it your experience that it does improve surface friction?
It certainly, yes, the characteristics of it gives it good frictional properties.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. I think I've achieved in under 10 minutes, Commissioner.
Ms. Roberts. Okay. Ms.
no
Claire,
further questions,
do you have any follow-up questions?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, do you have any follow-up questions?
I do not.
Okay, then, Dr. Henderson, you're excused. Thank you very much for attending to the inquiry today.
Thank you.
You're excused. And I guess there's nothing further this evening, so we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
You too.
And registrar, if we can have an all council breakout room, that would be great.